Usman. Good morning, members and members of the public, and welcome to this meeting of full council. We have a fairly heavy agenda of important reports to consider, and I hope we will deal with the business in our usual efficient manner. Before we move on to the official business of the meeting, I'm delighted to welcome inspirational young people from Idiom, the company from Dumfries High School, chosen to represent Dumfries and Galloway at the National Young Enterprise Finals in Edinburgh earlier this month. So a warm welcome to Lyle Hamilton, the Managing Director of Idiom, Jenna Reid, the Finance Director, Ciara McIver, Megan Kerr, Ryan Blair, Paul Cruikshank, Lawrence Slee, Matthew Irvin, Rory McCormack, Ryan Coulter, Lewis Horton and Morven Nelson. I don't know if they've managed... they're over here. Good. Good. Welcome also to Natalie Hamlin, the Link teacher, and Kenny Bowie, the Young Enterprise Lead for Dumfries and Galloway. I know how hard they have worked to support and inspire the young people. The company comprises of 5th and 6th year pupils at Dumfries High School who collaborated to create Bonnie the Belty, a children's storybook highlighting some of the best tourism attractions for young children Dumfries and Galloway has to offer. They also launched a range of greeting cards in January 2019. After winning 8 awards at the Regional Young Enterprise Final on the 26th of March this year, including Best Trade Stand, Best Report and Best Digital Media, the company were chosen to represent the region at a national level at the Young Enterprise Scotland Company Programme Finals. At the national finals, directors of Idiom took part in various stages of judging, including team and individual interviews, as well as presentation to the other 15 competing regions. Idiom took home 3 prestigious national awards at the ceremony: Best Company Report, Scottish Managing Director of the Year, which was awarded to Lyle Hamilton, and Scottish Business Advisor of the Year, which was awarded to Derek Crichton, Idiom's Business Advisor. The Young Enterprise Company Programme is about encouraging young people to take an entrepreneurial outlook and give them the platform to start their own business in a safe and nurtured environment. I know that a number of elected members have been following different young enterprise groups across the region, and I was fortunate to attend a presentation by Idiom. I'm pleased to learn, therefore, that Kenny Bowie is working closely with our Council's Director of Education and Learning with a view to ensuring the Young Enterprise Programme becomes an integral part of the school curriculum. Idiom will continue to trade and will become a limited company later this year with the intention of working with as many tourism and hospitality attractions as possible across the region to assist them and to promote their business to a younger audience. I'm sure we are all proud of the achievement of our young people and wish them congratulations and continued success both individually and as a company. You can also follow Idiom Adventure on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter at IdiomDHS. And can we have a quick congratulations? On the subject of young people, I also want to congratulate our Youth Work Services team, the young people who work with them, and all the volunteers who made this year's Youth Beats and the Tune experience such a great success. Has been yet another excellent weekend last weekend, and I think they did tremendously well. Members will have noticed that we have another audience with us today, many of whom are interested in the Notice of Motion 18 on the Climate Change Emergency Declaration, and rather than expect them to sit through all the preceding items of business, I intend to take this after we have agreed the minutes of the previous meetings. And I've also had a request to take item 17, Notice of Motion, early also, so I will be taking that one. I think take motion 18 first and then motion 17, if is that acceptable to members? Right, grand. Okay, Rona, can you provide the SEDERUNT and any apologies?
Thank you, Leader. We have apologies from Councillors Blake, Drysdale, Nicholl, Wood, Wilson, Stitt and Marshall, and Colonel Charters. Do we have apologies from Colonel Charters? He's not present at the start of the meeting.
Maybe. Certainly, we are expecting him, but
okay, that's fine.
But certainly if he's not, his apologies.
So we know that he's not present at the start of the meeting.
Thanks. Do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor Bell.
Yes, Leader. Item 7, as I previously stated in a number of full councils, the declaration on the local development plan, reason being region-wide business interests and family involvement.
Anybody else? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. Items 11 and 14 due to my role at COSLA and involvement in national budget discussions, but I intend to stay in for the debate.
Councillor McLelland?
Yes, Leader. Again, agenda item 7, as previously declared, acting as an agent on a number of sites in the local development plan.
Councillor James?
Yes, the LDP item, I have land which is actually mentioned in the paper today. Thank you.
I don't think it'll be necessary for any of the councillors to leave for this because we're not actually taking decisions, we're just noting the decisions and the recommendations of the reporter, so I don't think it's necessary for anybody to leave. Okay, can we move on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 28th of February 2019? Councillor Crothers, I know that this minute was deferred because you were unhappy with the wording. Are you content with the wording now?
Content with the wording. There's maybe other issues that maybe unsure about, but happy to see these minutes agreed today.
Random. So, well, agree the minutes? Agreed? Okay, can we approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 28th of March 2019? Good. And also approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of May, which was a special meeting. Okay, great, good. Okay, if we can now move on to agenda item 18. Bear with me while I get my... notes for 18. To 18 and 17, okay. Okay. Members are asked to consider the terms of the notice of motion proposed by myself and seconded by the Deputy Leader, Councillor Rob Davison, as set out in Appendix 1. Steve Rogers, I hope. I've seen Steve, yes, is here to assist if members have any questions on the cover report. And also, if the motion is agreed, I suggest that we go on to appoint our environment champion at this meeting so that he or she can set to work straight away. And I will now move to moving the motion. I'm pleased to move the motion before you. The reason it is in the names of the Leader and Deputy Leader of the Council is to signify the importance our Council attaches to this very serious subject. The work on researching and drafting this very comprehensive motion was undertaken by Councillor Dougie Campbell, and I am therefore going to call Councillor Campbell to speak after the mover and seconder. The realisation that the climate was changing due to human activity is not new. It was first proposed in the 1950s, and indeed concern was sufficient in the 1980s that both Margaret Thatcher and George Bush Sr. spoke out about the need to take action. Unfortunately, insufficient urgency was given to implementing the necessary measures to counteract climate change, and we are now at the stage of being warned by experts that we have 10 years left in which to take radical action to avoid very serious and irreversible damage to the global environment. The average global temperature has risen by 1.1% since pre-industrial times. That's the average rise across the globe, and some parts have seen much higher rises. 1.1% doesn't sound that serious. However, scientists warn that a 2% rise will result in the extinction of a quarter of the species on our planet, and a 4% rise will kill off half. It used to be human greed for fur and feathers that caused other species to become extinct. The new extinctions are caused by other forms of human greed. A 1% rise in global temperatures substantially increases the incidence of extreme weather events, heat waves, droughts, severe hurricanes and cyclones, and flooding. We are already experiencing some of these symptoms. Cyclone Idai earlier this year was one of the worst cyclones to affect Africa, causing catastrophic damage in Mozambique, Zimbabwe and Malawi. Wildfires caused by heat waves and droughts are increasing in incidence across the world. Across many of the poorest countries, people are being forced off their land by drought and flood, weather conditions caused by excessive consumption in people in the wealthiest nations. Greenland has lost 4 trillion tonnes of polar ice, and Antarctica is losing 3 times as much ice as it was 25 years ago. So what can Dumfries and Galloway do about such a global problem? The problem can only be solved, or perhaps by now just managed, by everyone taking action. It's not good enough to leave it to the Scottish or UK governments. This is down to all of us, and it's important that local government takes a lead. And it's not about India or China, frequently used as excuses for people in the UK not to take action. The carbon footprint of the average Chinese or Indian citizen is much smaller than that of the average European or particularly nowadays the average North American. China is actually making considerable strides in terms of renewable. It is the UK's problem, because between 1750 and 2008, the UK is estimated to have produced more CO2 than any other country in the world. We must take action now. The recently constituted Economic Leadership Group in Dumfries and Galloway has determined that making our region carbon neutral by 2030 is its key priority. Our council should at least aspire to that target. Our region has opportunities to help this ambition. We already produce a lot of renewable energy, and going forward we will have opportunities to produce and store more. We have considerable forest cover, but we can still increase the number of trees our region supports. However, we also do have challenges. Agriculture is a major industry in Dumfries and Galloway, with much of it being ruminant-based. And as we know, ruminants produce methane, which is 21 times more effective as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And many of our buildings are older single-skin properties, which are much more difficult to insulate. As a council, we need to increase the urgency of our actions. I sincerely hope that fellow councillors will endorse the 12-point action plan detailed in the notice of motion. These commitments will embed climate change awareness in our policies and actions, giving our council a leadership role in encouraging behavioural shift and working with the people of our region to play our part locally to combat this global emergency. So, for the sake of future generations of our and all species, and for the sake of our planet, please support the commitments in this motion. I move. Councillor Davison.
Thank you, Leader. Like you, I would like to thank Councillor Dougie Campbell and also Councillor Katie Hagman for the work that they have done in developing this detailed and I think comprehensive plan. Given everything else that we have on the agenda and the problems and concerns that are facing us as an authority, you could perfectly well, I think, be forgiven for wondering why this is here, given everything that we are worrying about already. But I think as the leaders outlined, climate change is both everybody's problem, and it isn't so much a question of how can we afford to worry about this or to make it our problem, but really that we cannot afford not to. The notice of motion sets out the framework. It sets out how we embed consideration of climate change in our work as an authority. But I think more importantly, how we both lead and work with our communities, with the citizens of this region and with our other partners, as well as with other local authorities and bodies further afield across Scotland, to address what is now widely recognised, and I think very sensibly recognised, as a climate emergency. I do intend to be brief on the matter because there are other speakers who will have a great deal more to add to the debate, so I would simply conclude at that point, and I have great pleasure in seconding the motion.
Just reminded, looking at my notes, I think I probably should have asked you to agree to withdraw delegation from the Economy, Environment, Infrastructure Committee. Are we prepared? Happy to do that? Good, good. Okay. Can I now call Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Thank you, Leader. Members, no one in this room can have failed to pick up that our young people in particular, and indeed the people gathered here today behind me and in the adjoining room, expect us to do everything possible to secure the future, and that is our challenge today. At the moment, climate change doesn't feature on our list of strategic priorities. We need to change that, not as a token gesture, but as a genuine commitment to protect the people we are elected and employed to serve. The climate emergency is a wake-up call, and there is an expectation from our constituents that we will respond accordingly. There has, of course, been significant work by the Council over the last decade to pursue carbon zero status. However, we need to embed action on climate change into everything that we do across all directorates and Council departments. No matter who you are or where you sit within the structure of the Council, everyone has a role to play on climate change. But we, the Chief Executive and Directors, will require to show leadership and champion this commitment. The 12-point plan within the motion is designed to enable this to happen. It's a starting point which will radically change the culture of the Council to ensure that we achieve carbon zero status as soon as possible and to play a lead role in adapting to the realities of climate change. Yes, there are challenges ahead, but there will also be opportunities. It's not just about eliminating carbon emissions. which contribute to global warming, but to support our communities and businesses to adapt to the realities of climate change. In future, as the leader has said, we will experience more severe weather events, hotter summers, inland flooding, and a threat to many of our coastal communities from rising sea levels. And just last year, during a prolonged and unusually warm and dry period, we were on the verge of an emergency due to private water supplies drying up right across our region. And of course, there is the threat to our fragile biodiversity and natural environment, which cannot be ignored. And it's important to point out that the people who will suffer most from climate change will be our older and vulnerable people and people living in poverty. We'll be discussing child poverty later this morning, which is endemic in our urban and rural communities. And it's also important to reflect that it's the generations to come who will inherit the effects of climate change in a way that perhaps we haven't. So it's clear we have a duty to do everything we can to reduce that impact. The 12-point plan enables the strategic framework for us to work in partnership and from which climate change objectives and work streams will flow. And nothing should be off the table. We need to rethink how we interact with our environment, and sectors such as health and social care, housing, transport, industry, forestry and farming will all need to play their part. We have to move away from our reliance on fossil fuels to travel and to heat our homes and businesses, cut down on heat loss and utilise renewable energy sources and technologies in our everyday lives. The list, of course, is endless in the things that we can do. We're in a great position here to be the leader in tackling climate change and embrace opportunities to develop our local economy in the non-carbon renewable energy sectors, and SOCEP will incorporate climate change goals into projects it supports. If we adopt our 12-point plan, we'll go a long way to achieving the balance between growing our economy and tackling climate change. A climate emergency declaration is just the beginning. If we agree that there is an emergency, we need to respond accordingly and work on a cross-party basis. I believe that this is what our constituents expect from us all, and the commitments we make today will go a long way to protecting and sustaining Dumfries and Galloway for future generations. And finally, having listened carefully in recent weeks to a whole range of people and discussed with officers, I want to propose that we amend the 12-point plan at point 2 to bring forward the date to achieve carbon zero status to 2025, subject to ongoing review as we move forward. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. Yes, when one comes in after the proposers and seconders of a motion and somebody as passionate as Councillor Campbell is, there is rather less, I think, to be said at this point. But, Leader, you've expressed the urgency, and I'm absolutely with you on that. I don't think there is going to be any difficulty in getting absolute unanimity in the room over this sort of issue. Our duty as elected members is to help our communities reduce the risks to them from climate change. We've got to ask the relevant questions. We've got to insist on answers. And actually, after that then, members, we've got to take the difficult decisions. And I would suggest that there are some difficult decisions that we need to take, which, in fact, we all think it's really quite easy because it's the blindingly obvious to do something about climate change. We've all been alarmed by the films and what people have provided for us in terms of information. But we're going to have to take a decision, for example, on transport in the council. We're going to have to do and possibly take decisions which actually the public might not like, and we're going to have to be brave. So I'm sending a slight warning shot across everybody's bows. I'm so glad that I don't think there will be anybody against this proposal because it's really essential we do this. And I will also say, although it's very frightening, when Greta spoke, she said that once we start to act, hope is everywhere. And so I really think that we shouldn't be absolutely depressed beyond belief and think this isn't tackleable, because it is. But it can only do it if we do it together and as I say, take the difficult decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Leader. I certainly welcome this motion, and also what Councillor Campbell was saying, mention agriculture and fishery and what's happening in the local economy. Obviously, I don't think there'll be much dissent in this motion, but what I'm concerned about, what revenue costs have we got for the council here? Long-term revenue costs, budgetary pressures. This really needs to be worked up, how much it's going to cost the council. As I say, we've got millions of pounds to save in the budget over a number of years, so we need to really look quite hard at this, and full implications of cost of public transport, housing costs, council buildings. There's a lot of things and a lot of questions to answer there. And, you know, we are strapped for cash, so we really think hard, are we going to set up a task force to deal with this, or a special subcommittee? Or?
The notice of motion, the motion was to prove up a working group, to get a working group together, a cross-party working group, really not looking at it in sort of proportional ways we do in our normal committees, but having people who are really passionate about wanting to do this, working together to achieve an action plan or produce an action plan. And yes, it may cost the council, but it will also cost global warming, cost us and everybody else a huge.
So, Leader, so we'll be working with heads of service, and each heads of service will be working at a climate change plan, and indicate full costs will be broken down and brought, maybe a paper brought back to the full council.
In time, yes. I mean, we want the idea is that you embed the climate emergency in all work that we do. So there will have to be assessments of all our policies, assessments of all the actions we take.
Impact assessment.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I quite welcome this, because back when I joined the council, we had a group called Agenda 21, which was a subcommittee of this council. And the idea there was that we would bring forward ideas, possibly more inward-looking, to make the council more efficient in its use of carbon fuels, etc. But I think this is wider, it's looking outward. That didn't meet with much approval from the general sort of workforce, shall we say. Simple things that we had were, when you leave a room, switch a light off, switch your computer screen off, don't leave things on standby. And there was other schemes that we brought in. I think we had an officer who actually looked at ways of reducing carbon use, would bring schemes forward. And then we hit the sort of reality, as Graham sort of mentioned there, of budgets. And, it was good intention, but we never delivered it. I hope that by embedding this, we actually start to deliver some of these things. I realise that we might not be able financially to do everything quickly, but hopefully we can start to move in the right direction so that we can see those small, from little acorns to big oaks grow. So hopefully if we can get small steps to start with to move things on, because we don't want to raise people's expectations and then dash them by the fact that we haven't actually done anything by 2030 or 2025, I think Doug said. So we need to make sure that we are seen to be doing things, not just saying to be doing things.
Thanks. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. First of all, I want to say thank you to Councillor Dougie Campbell for bringing this forward and for allowing me to contribute to that and bringing forward the issues of biodiversity and a whole host of other really important topics on here. There's lots of stats being said this morning, and lots of this is what's happened in the past. You mentioned yourself, Leader, about the fact that there needs to be radical thinking. Jane, you've mentioned there that we need to insist and we need to be brave. But actually, we don't. We need to demand. We absolutely demand that there has to be a change here. Greta Thunberg has been inspirational across the world. But here in Scotland, we've got Holly Gillibrand. She's a 13-year-old girl from Fort William who's been school striking every single Friday since the 11th of January. But there's no mention of her here. But we have young people in our region today. I was meeting with a group of young people on Monday evening, and one of them said, but where are the young people in Dumfries and Galloway? Why are they not up in arms? what can we do? This girl was looking at me and she said, I feel like I've got the weight of the world on my shoulders, that it's up to us to sort this out, and we didn't cause this. And yet the older generations, my generation, we're not fixing this. We're talking lots of talk. We're trying to move forward, but we're not actually doing it, which is why I feel we need to demand change. I brought forward the motion to ensure that our council goes plastic free as soon as possible. And that motion was brought forward on the 25th of September last year. We still have piles of polystyrene cups next door. We still have little sachets of milk in UHT plastic milk cartons. Now, I do not believe that we've been stockpiling them and that we've had them in storage since September. So our council are not following through, and we need to be honest about that. Youth Beats at the weekend was a wonderful event. There was young people from across the region, and it was fantastic that there was pool buses, so people weren't having to get in their cars. Brilliant. However, our own youth team, who I have nothing but admiration for, they are a great source of inspiration within this council. However, they were selling cans of silly string, plastic string, sprayed about the field. There were plastic cups strewn about the field. And our young people weren't up in arms about this. There's something seriously wrong in so far, and there's this huge disconnect between us. Why was there not an impact of single-use plastics on this event? Why are we not looking at all our major events across the region and demanding that they take forward the single-use plastics that we agreed as a council? I put the request in on September 25th that we as a council, and it is a minuted decision, that we as a council would put forward a scheme where we would sign up for the refill scheme to move people away from reliance on plastic bottles. Nothing has happened from that point. So I welcome the step plan that we've got going forward. We have to take this forward. Looking at our papers today, we can embed this in practically every single item. Our next one is in terms of pensions. Pensions is something that I've been discussing and trying to raise to look at how we're investing. And one of the recommendations in the very next, well, subsequently after the second requisition, about producing an action plan. Our auditors are required to produce an action plan, and I would like to demand that that action plan includes how we eliminate our investments in fossil fuels. Because if we're serious about this, and everybody in this room is saying that we have to be serious, we have to make those tough decisions. Looking at our local development plan, actually this is a really good positive thing. We're looking at the development plan and there's lots of items in there. NE2 talks about our wildlands. NE3 talks about our sites of international importance for biodiversity. We sit in a UNESCO recognised biosphere, which is a world recognised across 600 sites across the world. So we're sitting in that biosphere, but yet the Scottish Forestry and Land Organisation, what was previously Forest Commission, is published their corporate plan for the future. Now, we as a council, as far as I'm aware, haven't put in a response to that consultation. We have until the 5th of July to do that, and if anybody can access it, if you have a look on their website, we have got down here that in Dumfries and Galloway, their corporate plan is to take advantage of predicted longer growing seasons for commercial conifers. Where's the biodiversity in there? Because commercial conifers are not going to look after our biodiversity within our region. I could go right through the plan. I mean, the next one, Childhood Poverty Action Plan, we've done huge amounts of staggeringly good work in terms of our childhood poverty, as have Scottish Government. I'm going to mention, because I do mention this regularly, the period poverty and how we've put our money, and we were leading in that prior to the announcement from Scottish Government. And I have asked, and I've been confirmed that yes, there are reusable sanitary items aware for those young people in our region that want to do that. But are we promoting that? Because I don't think we are. I'm 40 years old and it took me till last month to have my first plastic-free period, and we should be ensuring that our young people know that there's options there. And I'm really delighted that we have our Youth Council who can really push these things forward. I won't speak for too much longer, But I would say that in 2017, we had the Scottish National Permaculture Gathering here in Dumfries and Galloway. And this weekend, they're meeting in the Isle of Skye. Their subject is growing the future and practical responses to climate change. And Holly from Port William, excuse me, will be speaking at that event. Myself and Councillor Campbell and also 2 other members in the chamber here were in Glasgow last week looking at climate adaptation. We've got Adaptation Scotland who will help us with this. We've also got the option for our provost to sign up as an EU Covenant of Mayors, which is looking at these issues right across Europe. We've got the Biosphere, who has a climate-ready plan that has targets set for 2020 that are being currently reviewed. And we've also got Climate Exchange, which will help us with the research and develop our policy. So my final point would be that I would hope that as we move forward and look at our council priorities, that we actually look at the principles of permaculture, which includes earth care, people care, and fair share. But we need to be brave. We need to not hope or not aspire, but we need to demand that there's change, because that's what we're here to ensure for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Surtees.
Thank you very much, Leader. I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said, but I totally support this motion. I think it's really exciting, as well as passionate and all of that. It's an exciting way forward, and I'm totally behind it. As chair of the Standing Orders Subcommittee, I was going to bring this up under item 16, but I'd like to bring it forward. And I would like to propose that the new committee structure, that we have this item on every single committee meeting that we have as a standing agenda item. And as Councillor Bell said, I want to see an impact assessment coming back to every strategic committee that we have. So I would like to put that forward.
Thank you. Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader. I think it's really encouraging we've got cross-party support on this motion. The Independents, the Liberal Democrats are right behind it too. So there's been some great aspirations and lots of good words. But as Councillor Maitland said, we need actions now, not words. Things that are easy to do on recyclable plastic within the building, which Councillor Hagman referred to. They're going to be easy things to do, but there are tough choices, as Councillor Maitland said, on transport to discourage so much use of cars, especially diesel, in our town centres. And there are tough choices ahead because we maybe shied away with them at the last budget. The Scottish Government has put on the table that councils can now charge for workplace parking. It's not going to be popular, but I think we need to look at that and see how we can introduce a sensible scheme to encourage more use of public transport, to incentivise car sharing to come to work, and encouraging our employees to uptake, if they have to use vehicles, obviously to get vehicles which are less polluting, emission-free, electric perhaps. So tough choice ahead, and I hope that we as a council, we are up to make these tough choices.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. I too welcome the motion, and I think that we've got a lot of hard work to do to achieve what we need to achieve within the 12-point plan, which again I welcome. And I also welcome the cross-party working group. I think it will be absolutely essential. Just moving away from the slightly emotive language and putting my practical hat on, this is going to take a lot of resource, but it's also going to take members to truly sign up to it, not just to box tick that it's a climate emergency, and we've done that. And I think that members are very realistic, and they understand that in previous years of budget cuts, people within the environmental department and the people that could have been driving this internally within our policies have been stripped out because of budget cuts. So I think that members truly have to sign up to this, but understand there is going to be massive resource implication, and rightly so, and that will be the job of the working group. I think the Scottish Government and UK Government have both hinted in the right direction. The Scottish Government is now embedded climate adaptation and climate change within its medium-term financial strategy. But now they have to put their money where their mouth is, because we simply cannot enact these 12 steps if we don't get sufficient resource from government. And I think it's incumbent on every member in this room to assist me moving forward to ensure that we get the budget resource we need to truly do something different and make sure that our policies and our plans, it's utterly embedded within every one of them. Otherwise, we are simply just box ticking, and I don't want to be doing that. I think we did attend a session in Glasgow last week which gave members that were present very practical things that we can be doing locally. We understand that transport, that housing, that old people in care homes, these are all things that we have control over. But to ensure that we actually do that local stuff, we are going to need resource for it. So as I say, I think it's incumbent on us as a council to write to the Finance Secretary and say that we're serious about this, but government will need sufficiently resources because we can't do it from our existing resource. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Good morning, Chair. The dry period of weather, it's my understanding that most models predict that rainfall will increase, particularly in our area. So a dry period, I don't think is indicative of the climate change that's being predicted. And I would say clearly we don't understand what is happening. Personally, I think if you have a planet heading towards 10 billion people, all of which want to live at a higher standard, you're going to have some problems. Whether or not it's climate change, I don't know. But I would argue that almost no one around these tables actually thinks this is an emergency, because it doesn't sound like what you would do if you're actually in an emergency. I remember as a young lad, I was out in the country, and an old timer telling me, he was pointing to the house over there, and he said, yeah, the old major there, during the war, his prized possession was his pack of hounds. And after war was declared, he lined them all up, shot them, and buried them, because that was his contribution to the war effort in that emergency. Now, we kill seagulls, but we're not going to advocate the killing of all pets, dogs, cats and horses, despite the large contribution their paw and hoof prints make to the carbon output. And we're not going to campaign to stop meat and dairy farming, because that would produce an even bigger lobby group than the one we have with us today. So we're not going to call for radical change in immigration, because we're happily all pro-immigration and love to have it as much as possible and boost the world's population. We're not going to call for foreign aid to be stopped and that money to be put into technological research, which might actually produce mechanisms by which we could alter the climate and maybe do carbon capture, etc. We're not doing any of that. So we're a council that should be reducing at the moment, because we have less money and we have increasing burden to produce services all the time. And yet we're going to take on a huge extra commitment, which will actually have absolutely no effect. So instead of the motion, I would like to propose the amendment that the council use common sense in its efforts to reduce pollution and increase its efficiency. That's my amendment.
Well, do you have a seconder for your amendment, Councillor James?
I don't think so.
Okay. Councillor Carruthers.
I think it's probably all been said, Leader. We were standing in the corridors of power earlier, you and I, and it was getting extremely hot for all the wrong reasons, because the radiators were on, and it was going back to the small changes. It was extremely hot. I think we have that right throughout this building. So it is the small changes that'll make the difference. Going back to school strikes, it was Councillor Hagman invoked some memories. I used to get detention for that when school strikes when I was younger. But anyways, but no, the Conservative Group are absolutely behind the principles of this. Moving on, obviously there's potential revenue consequence. The 2025, it'd be good to see how that actually pans out with the working group, how it comes back, but keen to be involved and start the small steps.
Thank you. You're absolutely right, Councillor Carruthers. There seems to be heating still on in the building. There's actually a pipe that runs through my office, which is hot. I can't switch it off. It just makes the office baking. You can't get rid of it. So I think certainly there's something strange going on with the heating system here, because I understood that they were supposed to be switched off in the summer. But, Councillor Campbell wanted to come back in.
Thank you, Leader. I have to say it's a huge relief that the motion is getting almost unanimous support. And, you know, I'd just like to keep this very, very brief in that I spent a lot of time trying to find the best way to construct this motion so that the sort of issues that Councillor Hagman and others have raised in terms of, you know, if we're making a commitment, we have to deliver on it. I have to warn you members that this motion is designed to put you all behind the 8 ball, and that includes Chief Executive, Directors, Council Officers, and as I said, everyone within the Council. We all need to champion this motion as we move forward. There's a huge task for us, that's acknowledged, but I think we'd be failing in our responsibilities as councillors if we didn't take it head on. You know, there's a lot of scepticism out there about politicians not saying what they're doing. Here's a great opportunity, cross-party support for this motion to deliver for the people in Dumfries and Galloway and, of course, the impact of global warming. And just one final point, the issue that Councillor Surtees raised about the agenda item on all council meetings. I think that's a good proposal that we should take forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dryburgh.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm fully supportive of the motion going forward. And I do hear members, you know, worrying about the resource information. But just coming back to something as simple as bringing that PFI contract back in-house on the waste side of things. Since November, we have actually saved £500,000 on landfill tax because we brought it back in, and we are now actually going forward. Hopefully it's something that can be taken right across the region, not just in one particular area of the region. So I think there are opportunities not just to spend money, but there's also opportunities to save money as well. And I think some of the issues that we're hearing today is ways of going forward. I think the cross-party group is absolutely the right way to go, and we can also, as Councillor McGregor actually says, we can put our concerns, our issues, our demands, not only to COSLA, the Scottish Government, but to the UK Government as well. So don't think everything is going to cost us money, because I think some of the things that we may change actually might save us money in the end, and we've already seen that with the waste PFI contract coming back in-house.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. It's last week on social media there was a bit of outcry from some people about councillors' travelling expenses. Now we're going forward to look at agendas, committee structures and meetings and things, and I think as a practical step that could actually be cost neutral, we should be perhaps looking at when we schedule our meetings to stop people having to travel all the way from Stranraer for short meetings, day after day potentially, and that would be a simple, practical step that would help straight away. It would save us money and it would help in our carbon emissions. We should be looking at modern ways of working, using Skype or whatever for meetings to reduce our, and that would have an immediate impact on our carbon emissions.
I think members are going to raise that in a later item as well, but we do actually need to modernise our methods of working to prevent people from having to travel so much and to save both money and carbon. Councillor Surtees.
Thank you for letting me back in, Leader. I'd just like to support Councillor Johnston's statement. I am the biggest culprit of using my car to get here, and I'm probably the one that has the furthest, even further than Councillors Scobie, Giusty and Sloan, because I live further out. And it's a horrible situation to be in. And I demanded 2 weeks ago not to do the journey, and I stopped doing the journey. And we just have totally inadequate IT systems in this building. And I've been told, well, it's going to be refurbished and all of that. We can't wait. We need to get the equipment, and we need to get it now. Not just for the planet, but for my own sanity and health as well, just while we're at it.
Thanks. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Again, thank you for letting me back in. And I just wanted to, reiterate what has just been said there. Yesterday, I had to travel to Stranraer for one item on the agenda. And I thought, well, let's see if I can get the public transport. Let's see if I can actually not take my car. 62 miles it is from my home to STRANRAER, and there was a bus at 7:50 in the morning, and then there wasn't another one until 10:36. So completely impossible and impractical for me to be able to get to committees. And even our committee meetings here, it's impossible for me to get on the X75, the 500, our major bus, and also our buses are really expensive. So again, this is something that we can practically look at. I'm quite happy to be radical. I'm quite happy to suggest, and I'm happy to work in terms of going forward. But, you know, we have a huge expense on our pool cars. Why are we not diverting some of that into our public transport network? And then just in terms of little things that we can do, there's a whole host of these things, one of which is the beautiful flowers we have in our region. Let's stop having double flowers. Double flowers are completely sterile. There's no food for the bees, there's no food for the insects, but they look beautiful, like many, many things, but they are completely impractical, and actually they're damaging our environment. So we can, you know, there are many, many little things that we can do, and those snowball things are a start that we can do. So thank you.
Councillor James, you want to back in?
Thank you. So we've had good practical suggestions from Councillors Dryburgh, Johnson and Hagman, and that's the sort of thing I think we should be doing anyway, being efficient, stopping pollution, cutting back, etc. So that would be a common sense approach, instead of which this tokenism of pretending that we're dealing with an emergency by not acting as if it's an emergency is ludicrous. Now, I didn't get a seconder, and yet I know if I walked outside that door and asked people in the street that more than 2% of them would agree with me, and that's fairly typical of the times when I don't get a seconder. So I'm not claiming to have an overwhelming majority here. I'm just saying that once in a while we should ask ourselves whether we're a rather peculiar bunch, that we all think the same, and yet that differs somewhat from the public. So is there someone who's wanting to come forward now as a seconder, or perhaps word something similar in a better style than mine, which I could then support, or are you very unusual?
Is there anybody who wants a second? Sorry, Councillor Maitland.
No, Leader. I'm going to request that we actually move on, because I think actually what Councillor James has asked for is wrapped up in your motion. So I think I suggest we move on.
I think that's a good suggestion. Okay, I think we have considered to some considerable degree the terms of the motion. So are we happy to move on to 2.3, which is to receive a detailed report at the 10th of September 29 meeting of the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee or its successor committee that will seek members' agreement on to consider the detail of resourcing and implementing the proposed 12-point plan. Agreed? And the further recommendation that we appoint our environment champion. Do we agree to do that just now? Okay, can I have nominations, please? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Rona has just reminded me that there's a proposed change to make the point 2 to replace 2030 by 2025. Members intend to agree with that? Okay. So, can I have nominations for the environment champion? Well, Councillor Davidson was.
Happy to nominate Councillor Campbell.
Happy to second. I was going to nominate Councillor Campbell.
Thanks. Councillor Campbell, you happy to accept the nomination? Excellent. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. As I said, I had a request to take item 17, which is the notice of motion on the George Hotel in Stranraer, to take that early. Members agreed to take motion 17, item 17 early? Good. Okay, and we'll have to start with withdrawing delegation from the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee. We agreed to do that? Okay. So, can we now, Councillor Giusti, do you want to introduce your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, my seconder's not been able to make it today. But the primary purpose of my motion this morning is to bring the issue of the George Hotel to the front of the Council's agenda.
I've had concerns about the building since we purchased it, where it's going, the timescales have slipped, and it's got to a point where it's now caused a major street closure in Stranraer, which to the public is unacceptable, especially this year where we've got the skiffies. I mean, the footfall of a decade, the highest footfall for over a decade is what we're going to have this year. And I think that the way the town has been presented in other places is great, in the sense of the seafront is starting to come together. We've got the Agnew Parks is scheduled to get done up and weeded. But then we still got this this burning issue at the heart of the town, the George Hotel. There's street closures. It's going to funnel traffic around what I would call dangerous routes. Personally, I don't see a sustainable or viable future for the George. It's too big for a community group. I mean, we've seen community groups try to take on Rosefield Mills, and I've not heard much from them. I've asked officers where that's going, and from what I've seen, I've not seen much progress in that. I can see a similar fate for the George. The likes of the local businesses feel like they've been kept in the dark. They are demanding action. So I thought this motion, rather than punting this a week 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now, it brings it here now to be discussed. I'm a little bit disappointed in the paper. There's not much new information in it apart from what we've been getting in the briefings. There's no options. I would have liked to have seen an option for demolition, because personally that's what I think we're going to have to eventually go down. I would be interested to hear what the other 4 ward members say. But I appreciate that we'll have the opportunity in 2 weeks' time to scrutinise this at EE&I. I created a Facebook poll where 86% of the 816 respondents, and that's more than the council's budget consultation. I got more people responding than the council's budget consultation, and they felt that the George should be destroyed and we should look at, demolished, and that we should be looking to the future to create a new building, something that's modern, something that maybe encapsulates and revitalises the town with aspects of the George still there, but would actually have a functional purpose. So, and I was glad to see that Councillor Wilson supported my poll to demolish the George. And I'd be interested to hear what my other ward colleagues have got to say on the matter.
Are you proposing a motion that it be delisted and demolished then?
Chair, there's no options in this paper for me to actually make that motion, if I'm being honest. There's nothing there. From what I read, it'll come in 2 weeks' time to EE&I.
You can propose a motion yourself here if you wish to.
I think that would be better to wait for EE&I when we've actually got the full details, because this is basically just the briefing papers that we've been getting for the past 4 weeks.
Councillor Crothers?
Oh, thank you. Just if it's my turn, I mean, so Andrew's raised this, Councillor Nicholl's obviously not here, but he's seconded it, obviously in writing. Just maybe make sure that's still competent. If not, I would second that myself. But I think we're very aware that there is a report written for the EI committee. I thought we'd have seen that appendix. That would give us the fullest of information, so we could have made a decision today. Ultimately, in the short term, from understanding from what Andrew's been saying, he said with the room as well, there needs to be a quick change about, so the road's open. I think we'd probably get the proper officer up to the table to ask that question. So in regards to what can we actually do about that, the information is not in front of us. We haven't got the fullest of the report, the fullest of information. So he wants to see the pedestrians and the traffic flowing again, the concerns that are being raised in Stranraer. How can we in a speedy way address that? But the longer vision will actually come through the EI committee. But we thought hopefully there would be an option in front of us today when this was asked for that could see a speedy response to getting this road open. I wonder if that's possible, Chair.
Steve Rogers is here to answer the questions on the report, so do you want to respond, Steve?
Thank you, Leader.
Have we actually withdrawn delegation? I think we did.
I remembered that this time, I forgot it the time before. Okay, Steve, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I think the question, fundamental question, is about why is there no option, detailed option within this paper? And the basic answer to that is that at this point in time, we do not have the information available to enable members to take an informed decision about the future of the building. What we're dealing with in the short term is a response to a situation that we have where the building is unsafe and needs to be stabilised in order to protect public safety. As well as doing that stabilisation work, we are also developing work around different options for the future, but once all that information is available, it will be put in front of members for members to take a decision about the future of the building. I think the other point that I have highlighted within the covering report is to remind members that this is a B-listed building, so there will be a statutory process associated with that. So should there be a future decision to pursue that option, there would still be a statutory process to go through that would involve the Planning Applications Committee, and it would also involve Historic Environment Scotland, who would have the eventual ultimate decision. So bearing in mind that there may be a future statutory process to go through, we cannot necessarily safely predict the outcome of that process. But however, all of that information does need to be readied and presented to members. The standpoint of Historic Environment Scotland with a B-listed building will always be that we have to have sufficient evidence in order to promote an approach to them to seek its demolition, and that would include significant detail around the alternatives, the costs, the viability of alternatives. So that's some of the work that has to be done and brought forward to members to lay these options out for you.
Thank you. Just as the asker of the question, I suppose, Steve, so at 3.6 within the report, it talks about doing the best that we can in its current condition to getting traffic flowing again and so on and so forth. But I suppose Andrew and I sat down in particular with Steve and we said, okay, what we'd really like to see is the road open in the first instance, see the longer term plan, but ultimately, is there a traffic management system could be put in place? It's a one-way street, we understand. Is there something? What is that? There was none of that details. We don't see it. We don't see that at all. Maybe we will see it at the EI committee, but I think we've had enough time to see something basic here that says, okay, we just haven't had enough time. We need to reflect more on that, but we were quite specific in our request. Could there be a traffic management plan put in place to allow traffic to flow? And we had quite a wide discussion about it. I understand the reasons why that possibly wasn't possible, but there's not enough detail in this report.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, and I'm coming forward with an amendment because the motion, I'm not quite sure what it's asking or where it is going. So I've put forward an motion, an amendment to the motion as tabled, and there are copies available that I got. The motion is basically saying that a full and comprehensive report on the future of the George Hotel be brought forward for consideration to the appropriate committee, including the Wigtown Area Committee, at the earliest opportunity, with detailed options appraisals and timelines of work to stabilise the building. That Church Street be safely reopened for pedestrians and vehicles as a matter of urgency, with a specialist scaffolding being erected to catch any debris falling on the road so it would be safe for pedestrians and passing vehicles. Also, to improve public communication must be a priority by all means, including the local press, radio, etc. What we have, Chair, or been getting has been weekly briefings, and as has been said, there's very little news coming from them, from the briefings, other than everything is being investigated. And it's undoubtedly the case that we do need action on the George Hotel, and we need progress to be made. But it's got to be seen to be moving forward, because it's not in the public eyes being seen I think once Gavin, the Chief Executive, referred to, we need to see yellow jackets, basically, so we can see something happening. We've had this building for 18 months as a council when it was purchased, but it's been in that state for a lot longer, and we could point fingers at who is actually to blame for the condition, but we need it to be sorted rather than to look for blame. We do need, and it's crucial, that we have a timeline of works to stabilise the building, however it is, and that's why I've asked in the amendment for options appraisals to see what we are going to do with. But vital to this, and it's been referred to, Ian referred to, and Andy as well, that Church Street is reopened. That's a vital link to the whole of the town centre. And I've spoken to Steve and Lorna Meehan about this in terms of a specialised scaffolding. If they can do it in air around the Air Station Hotel and still allow movement of trains, etc., and the public, then why are we not doing it at the George Hotel and putting the suitable scaffolding up that deals with this? In terms of the communication, I asked a week or so ago for the council to put a website, or put it on its website, and I think that has been done. But we need to keep the press, because only this week in the Free Press, we were all slated, every councillor, MSP, MP, all because we are not holding, or the perception in the email or the letter in the press was that we are not holding officers of the council to account for what is not happening rather than happening. Because we want to see action, we want to see a timeline that moves this forward, we want to see it progress and the issue dealt with. But more importantly, we need to see Church Street reopened, and by doing that, there is, as I understand from what Steve says, specialist scaffolding that could go up to do this. Then we can deal with the George Hotel by an early report at the earliest opportunity for us to look at the options appraisal. Hence, I would move my amendment, Chair.
Thank you. I think Councillor Surtees wants to second the motion.
I'd like to second Councillor Scobie's amendment. I think everything that Willie has said and some of what Councillor Giusti has said means that we need to pull together and work very, very closely together to help the people of Stranraer understand that we are moving things forward, but we just lack the detail. I think Councillor Giusti saying he'd be interested to know what the other ward members think. It would have been really useful if we could have all worked together for this motion, because I think it is incredibly important that we pass the amendment, which is what we've all been asking for time and time again, is a timeline of events. And we do have the world arriving in a week and a half. I think it's July the 6th that everybody is arriving, but of course they'll be arriving before then. And we had asked for some cosmetic work to be done, as well as obviously it's got to be a safe building, and we totally understand the health and safety side of opening a street. And I think being informed in the newspaper, I'm not surprised we're being slated in the press at the moment. It's really difficult to get clear information out to the public. And when we don't do that, they make it up. They just fill in the gaps, and that's what we're working with. So all four of us have got a passion about this building. It's not fair that we're being laid open to the press when we cannot get the facts. So I know there's some crucial meetings coming up, and I have been in touch with Steve all the time, and I know he's working as hard as he can, but we do have to have that timeline, and I want to know what's happening in time for the SCIF project. I'm ashamed of that building at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Giusti.
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. It's not really a motion of such, it was more of a request for a paper so that item could be discussed and we could look at the detail thereafter. So I don't really have a motion, and I'm happy to support what my other ward members have put forward. Also, having been slagged off in the press about my sledgehammer, apparently it's a fetish, but I'm in contact with the constituent and we're having a laugh about that now. So I'm very happy to to support the amendment, and I think that it's probably some experienced councillors that have, well, 30 years is no the father of the house. I think it's taken what I feel and probably encapsulate it into a much better phrased way, if I'm being honest.
Thanks for that. Councillor Sloan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I mean, everybody's been nice, and I mean, could I just say to Andrew first, I was surprised you knew what end of the sledgehammer to pick up. But, the people of Stranraer, what they want is action. They're fed up. These are totally ignoring them. When I say use, I mean us. The whole council. Stranraer's fed up with it. We're coming into the middle of the summer. Our town centre is like a building site. It's ridiculous. I don't think it would happen anywhere else in the region. What we're saying is, get your finger out, get these reports that we need, and find out. The people of Stranraer would like to see that the facade of the old George Hotel remain, if possible, but only if possible. We know that whatever comes through the review is what has to be done. If that's pull it down, it's pull it down. But for whatever we do, get Church Street open as quick as you can. It's killing the residents and the shopkeepers there.
Councillor Hislop.
Chair, getting back to the sort of practicalities of what we can do. Now, my understanding, because I think the amendment or the motion as it stands from Councillor Scobie and Councillor Surtees is what we should be looking at. But what is the actual cost of putting in the structural scaffolding? Where will that money come from? Because I take it'll be unbudgeted, it'll be a revenue spend rather than a capital. And my understanding, when we as a building control agency go out and do this somewhere else against someone, we can recover money, but it's our own building, so I take it we can't recover that money. So is there sufficient monies within the budget of the service to actually address this and to address it quickly?
Well, I think that would actually be in the detailed report that goes to EEI or the successor committee, that all these issues would be. Councillor Scobie, do you want to come in that particular point?
Yeah, Chair. There was 1.8 million given by the Scottish Government in the regeneration project, or whatever it was called. Some of that money was used for the clock tower and the new build down there. So that was to be 0.4 So there's still, or should be, roughly about 1.4 million left for the George Hotel. As a current report that we got as local members, some 200,000 plus has been spent on the George Hotel. So there appears to be plenty of money left within the project. And I think Steve has been at the Scottish Government just to appraise them or apprise them of the situation. So I think that the money is there, and what we need to do is get the solutions to allow things to move forward, to progress, and as Tommy said, to get Church Street reopened with a specialist scaffolding. The money's there, it doesn't come from the council. So if it's there, let's get it progressed. And again, let's get Yellow Jackets in there and doing something.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. So, see the amendment coming forward. So I just want to talk about that a wee bit, if you don't mind. Because when I read on page 315, Andrew's motion that he put forward, so what he asked for and what we got, two completely different things, and I'll just go through that. And what's being asked for now, and what we potentially get, I think are the very same thing. So Andrew's, in his first 5 paragraphs, he talks about the background information in regards to why he's bringing it forward in the first place. Then he goes on and says, I would ask a full council too. And we relayed this very clearly to Steve when we spoke to him. That was to consider and discuss. So a report would be written, agree a course of action. One of the items would be to put in mitigation measures to open the road as soon as possible. That's not in front of us today, but we asked for that. Andrew asked for that specifically, verbally and in writing. So therefore, we haven't got the report we asked for. The amendment is asking for the same thing. We've already asked for that. we were made aware that there is a report, there's a draft report already written up going to the EI committee at the beginning of July. That's fair enough. But we asked for it today, we didn't get it. I think that it's the exact same thing, other than that you're putting in another layer of bureaucracy. You're saying, let's stick it to the WIGTOWN area committee as well. So, I mean, I think they're pretty much the same motion, if you read them. I mean, and it's for Andrew to decide, it's his motion. But I do think Andrew's asked in particular, along with Graham Nicholl, Councillor Nicholl, for a particular report to come forward, and it has not been brought forward.
Yeah, but I think Councillor Ducey had indicated that he supports Councillor Scobie's proposals. So that is the way forward. I mean, Steve tried to explain why he hadn't got the report at the moment, but the report will be available for the next committee. Can I call Ronnie Nicholson?
Thank you. Listen, this is about point scoring, who did what motion did. Andrew said he wasn't putting forward a motion in the end up, but that doesn't matter. We've got an amendment here in front of us, and think that we've got £1.2 million left in the kitty just now, and that's for both projects. £200,000 being used on the George Hotel at the moment. So get the scaffolding up, the specialist scaffolding. We get it up now, tomorrow, get the money spent on that, and then have a look at all the other options, but you won't have less money left because of that. So you're actually going to have to find what money fits the appraisals, and if you need more, you need to go back to the Scottish Government and say, look, this is an underestimate by yourselves, let's get some more money in here. But first thing is, you've got the money to put the scaffold up, open the church street, and let's get going. Not mind about who withdrew a motion or put a motion forward or whatever.
Let's ask Steve, is that possible? Would that be a possible course of action to get the scaffolding in advance of any report going to a committee?
Leader, I think perhaps I need to provide a little bit more information on that if you think it's appropriate here. The approach that we're taking is that we have a specialist contractor who is currently preparing tenders to submit to us based on their inspection of the building. That solution, we have asked that it provides for the option to reopen the road. So they have been asked to price an option that would allow for that road to be reopened. It's not a question of structural scaffolding as such, but a combination of shoring and scaffolding. So there'll be a mixture, a hybrid of internal shoring and external scaffolding. The key thing is to secure the external fabric, the external walls of that building. That would be the first stage. The next stage would involve some fairly significant and intrusive works to completely replace the roof structure and to completely replace some of the internals. All of this will be detailed in the future report that we bring to EEI. But I think it's important that members understand that before considering the terms of this amendment that has been put forward, because I don't think the wording really reflects that. And in terms of the reopening of the road, that is something that can only be considered once we can be reassured that the building has been made stable.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, I thought the wording was there, timelines of works to stabilise the building. We've had 3 briefings for the last 3 weeks where this is being investigated. We need to know what that investigation brings forward. So we need that accelerated. Ronnie touched on if it was to prioritise, it's the priority I would put on is to do that and to have Church Street reopened. We can then look at the options appraisals as to what do we do then with internal. That's the crucial, that's the priority is Church Street. But to do that, you've got to make the building safe. And Steve has referred to it. The motion does talk about that. It's about stabilising the building, not to hear for another week that it's still being investigated. That's where the timeline comes in. We need that information immediately, and we need it on a timeline so that people know and understand what's going on.
I think we could talk about this and keep going down in circles. I think what the will of the council is that we move at pace, but separate the 2 issues, the long-term future, which I think will need deep consideration in other processes, from how can we quickly can we stabilise and move forward Obviously, there'll be council processes in relation to accepting of tenders, etc. But if members are willing, through dialogue with members, I'd be willing to move forward, and actually, as soon as we get this, just move on it. If, in communication with members, leaders and chairs, how members wish to play it, so that we can move forward and perhaps not put weeks in the process of tender consideration, etc., etc. If we move as a matter of urgency and the delegated powers, if members wish to give me that. But making sure members are fully aware of what we're doing, and that you know, and moving forward. But separate the two issues from get Church Street open as quickly as possible and stabilisation from the future of the building. So therefore, if members are willing to do that, I would, under my delegated powers, but in full consultation with members, to move that forward. Because I think if we can separate the two and just concentrate on getting Church Street safely open and reminding everybody, I will not open it if there is a chance that someone could be injured. But I think it's balancing the two just now, but do that in consultation, just to move the thing forward at pace.
I've got Councillors Dusty, Dempster and Inglis still wanting to speak, but I would suggest that after that we conclude, because I think we've got an agreed plan of action which I hope would meet the satisfaction of the local members. Councillor Dusty.
Thanks, Jim. I'm not one to hog the mic. It was actually, I was going to ask about the report from the independent scaffolding guys. That was supposed to be done, 2 weeks ago? So I'll not hog the mic because that's been answered now.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. No, I think Gavin's covered what I was going to suggest, that we move on and get this done, and it's important to the community. I've had a derelict building where I worked for 20 years and it frustrates everyone, and I would hate it's the worst situation for Stranraer because it's affecting businesses and the town centre, so I'd love to see that happen as soon as possible.
Councillor Inglis. Councillor Surtees.
Yeah, I'll be really quick, Leader. Thanks for bringing me back in, and I actually think that's a really good plan forward. But I asked on the 30th of May at the initial meeting when the road was closed if we could do some cosmetic work before the Skiffy Worlds. Can somebody please answer that?
That will be done as planned, and I will visit Stranraer and visit the site next week and meet with the local members as well to make sure that we're all on the same page on this one. Okay.
So, okay, members, are you agreed in the way forward? Is that the satisfaction of the local members? Excellent. Good. Thanks. Okay, we can go back to item 6, which is the unaudited accounts. The Council are obliged annually to consider the draft accounts for the preceding financial year by the 30th of June. As in previous years, the unaudited accounts have been tabled at the meeting, and following our consideration will be submitted to the Council's external auditors before the statutory deadline of 30th of June. Paul Garrett is here to assist members with any questions. Okay, Rona wants to say something too.
Yeah, apologies members, just to give an update on the annual governance statement which is included in the accounts. The unaudited accounts were already printed before Audit Risk and Scrutiny met. So just to give an update from Audit Risk and Scrutiny, on page 25, there's a slight change to the paragraph under the third bullet point, just reflecting that the committee is Audit Risk and Scrutiny, not Scrutiny and Performance Committee. And on the very last pages of the governance statement, pages 32 and 33, it's the improvement areas for this year. Under the elected member training, which is number 6, bottom of page 32, members of the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee wish to add that there would be improved support to members to identify and address their training needs. And under community councils on page 33, they wished officers to work on improving communication with community councils during the next year. These were the only amendments that were made.
Thank you. Sorry,
I think it's communications for community councils, communications and support.
And support to community.
So any further comments? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I know there's a report coming to EEI next week about the black hole that's appeared in the roads contract and the roads expenditure. Where is this highlighted in the accounts? I mean, I find it quite surprising that you get 5 minutes to have a quick look through such a big document. But
it is in there because I was asked to read through it and I put it in, so it's in there somewhere. Paul.
Yes, I mean, the nature of the financial statements doesn't actually allow us to bring that particular issue out. However, the narrative at the start of the annual report does give us that opportunity, and on page 17 there's reference to the deficit on the trunk loads contract and how that's being looked at going forward.
will that come out as a note in the accounts, or is that for the accountants to actually come up with that decision?
It may be something that the auditors make reference to in their report, and when they're undertaking their work, and we'll work with them in terms of making sure they get the right information to support that.
Any other questions? Councillor Carruthers. Sorry, Councillor Hagman first.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, like the previous speaker, I'm quite baffled that we've got less than 5 minutes. We don't have any time to actually go through these accounts, and I appreciate they're just for noting. But I mean, we did go, some of us, on a speed reading course, but there's absolutely no way that I can flick through all this and actually take on board what's in these reports. I was looking online last night to see if we'd had any e-copies, and that hadn't been submitted until today. However, I alluded to the point in the previous motion in terms of our climate emergency, and 3.9 makes reference to the external auditors' reports, which will highlight issues arising from the audit, ranging from detailed technical accounting to commentary on the wider aspects of the Council's affairs, including governance and performance, and that will include an action plan. I don't sit on pensions committee, and I'm assuming, although please correct me if I'm wrong, that this action plan is relating to the previous paragraph on 3.8, where it is the pensions fund's annual account report and accounts will go through. My request is really quite simple. Can we ask our external auditors, when compiling that report, because it is linked to our priorities as a council, that they look at how we eliminate our investments in fossil fuels for the future? So I don't know if that's an appropriate point to add that in, but it's one that I'd like to put forward, because if we're getting an action plan being put forward by auditors, can they include that?
It's not for auditors to tell us how to do our business. I think you're absolutely right. I think we're confusing the terms action plan. Their action plan would to make sure that we comply with the regulations in constructing the accounts. I think, and again, I think I would advise members that this is a challenging area of the role between the full council as the fund authority and the operation of the pension subcommittee. It's perfectly appropriate for the council to recommend that it would wish its ethical policy to be considered. But if you look in the accounts, the pension subcommittee has stated a slightly different position. So I think that what members need to do is now follow through in the climate change action plan and the recommendation of the view of this council to the pension subcommittee, who then determine the ethical investment policy. So I think there's a route, and I'm perfectly willing to work with the elected member to clarify that and put that forward for the pension subcommittee's consideration. Just to make sure we don't fall foul of the various other rules. It's not as simple as the pension subcommittee of the council. So I'm happy to work with members to ensure that the decision around the environment today, how does that flow through? Because there's also the pension board that then involves our staff, and it's their pension. So I think if we could work together in a strategy that so therefore when the accounts are finalised and the pension subcommittee could then bring forward an action plan on behalf of the council to deal with it. I think it's a very complex area, but certainly I think it's one of the areas wrapped up in our environment challenge of how do we bring it through to every part of our business. But I'm happy to work with members to ensure that that happens.
Just for a point of clarity, can you just clarify for me then, please? Because as I say, it's written down here that this report will include an action plan. What is the purpose of that action plan? Can I just get?
It's how we then address any technical irregularities within the accounts and the areas that governance need improved. It's not actually for them to tell us, it's how we would then respond to it. But actually, I think...
Thank you, that's fine, thank you.
So I will give the guarantee, we'll work with members on how we can get the will of the council expressed here through into a pension subcommittee.
I wonder if we can answer the question about why it's so late, why it's tabled on the day, that people are asking why it has to be tabled on the day. rather than giving people time to have a look at it.
It's been tabled because
Yeah.
obviously it's a complex document. It takes a long time to prepare, and it was really a challenge to get it to members in time for the statutory deadline. But the important point is that the members aren't really expected to scrutinise the accounts at this stage. This is really just signing off the accounts for consideration by the external auditors. So we'll actually start a public inspection process for 3 weeks next week. We'll have the entire audit period and the report coming back to full council in September. So this is really just the start of the process, and members will get ample opportunity to scrutinise the content of accounts as that's taken forward.
Yeah, as will the public, yeah. I mean, I had to scrutinise the bits I had to sign one the Sunday morning before last, which made me a bit grumpy. I have to say. David McKee, you want to come in on something to do with the...
Sorry, to ask members to indicate what page they're talking to when they're talking to the papers, please. Because they're talking away over our heads, and you've got 400 and odd pages to find. It's going to be difficult to find where they're exactly talking to. Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers?
Councillor Johnson referred to the £2.75 million black hole through the trading accounts. I just think that if that's contained within there, like I say, I didn't even try to read it because I knew audit risk scrutiny has a strong role to play in that as well. It says at the starting point has to be in by the 30th of June. But should that not be in bold and underlined is probably what I'm trying to say. To me, that is a risk that they need to be absolutely sure. They will read it thoroughly, I would expect, but we have to be absolutely clear that, I think it's something the council is concerned about. They've got to potentially have an investigation in regards to that. So we need to make sure that they absolutely do see that.
I think to give members assurance that this will certainly be part of the risk identification by the external auditors, and working with the external auditors on the basis of the work that we'll undertake in intervening. There may well be changes to the report to clarify fact. I think that putting in at this point before we have the facts may prejudice the reviews, but the time up to September, I would suspect that we'd be adding significantly more detail in this information of fact in relation to it, so members will be assured, and obviously that was subject to scrutiny by the council at that point. So this is only the start of the process, but between now and then, that allows the opportunity for significant more fact to go in before we sign them off finally.
Councillor James?
Thank you. When one travels around, one realises, just how stable our country is, but it's not, it's very common for countries to undergo economic shock, and it's entirely possible that once that would happen to us, we have the threat of being included in a Scottish independence, for example. And so I think it is part of our due diligence, perhaps, to look at the balance sheet. And I know I've raised this 3 times, and I know people have not got much interest in it, but I'm going to do it again. And that is how we back our debt with our assets. And I know I've asked this before to the officers, and they've referred me to, well, it's all out there in the accounts. And then when I requested the documents, I got something akin to page 101. And on that, of course, we sit there happily with property, plant and equipment at 878 million. And we have debts which are less than that, and everybody's saying, oh, that's great. And when I went to accounts to ask, well, how is that backed up? This referred me to property, saying, well, most of this is property. I spoke to property, who said, well, there's an accounting mechanism, and it's more or less the replacement value of these items. So that being the case, that would be nothing like the real fire sale value of these items. And I will look further into this, but I wonder if we could take a chance today to ask the officers present if that is the case, that figure is very, very optimistic that we could get anything like that value. And are the auditors happy with that approach as well? Thank you.
Oh.
Yes, the auditors are happy with the approach we're taking to asset valuation. We're also conforming with the regulatory requirements that's actually set down by the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. Page 68 of the accounts actually provides more details on the approach taken to valuations. They're not meant to be sale values, they're meant to be, in general, the value to the council and their existing use, and that's the basis that we're required to use in terms of preparing these accounts, and that's what we've done in this paper.
If I could just follow up and ask, well, in in an emergency, how much would be the value of our portfolio approximately?
They haven't been valued on that basis.
Councillor Hislop?
Thank you, Leader. With regard to the point Rona made earlier about the elected member training and how we can identify it better, I could maybe just do with a refresher on the actual accounting layout according to this, because I know profit and loss accounts, etc. So if the chief executives offer at budget meetings still there to give us some insight into council accounting, I would greatly welcome a refresher for that, please.
I'm sure many of us would actually. Got Councillor James.
Right, thank you. I'm back in already. Right. So when we are prudentially borrowing, if we're not using our assets to work out whether that borrowing is warranted, are we assuming that we will get a certain amount of money from the government in perpetuity and in sterling, or have we made assumptions about other assumptions about the future of government funding?
The Prudential Code requires us to consider the level of capital investment undertaken on a prudential, sustainable and affordable basis, and we take into account projections of future funding from government and from other sources as part of that. That's why we restrict the level of expenditure that we commit beyond the immediate term, and that we look at this on a regular basis.
And do we assume that it's always going to be in pounds sterling, do we? The monies we'll receive?
That's the current basis, yes.
Okay, I think you can probably move on to the recommendations, which is to note to the unaudited annual accounts. Thanks. Item 7, the Local Development Plan 2, the report by the Head of Economy and Development, outlining the recommendations contained in the examination report on the proposed Local Development Plan 2, which are largely binding on the Council. Once adopted, LDP 2 will replace the current Local Development Plan, which was adopted in September 2014. LDP 2 sets out the strategy to guide future land use and development within Dumfries and Galloway until 2029. The section in the report, headed Key Findings and Modifications, which begins at paragraph 3.3, sets out the areas where the reporter has recommended a different approach to that originally proposed. LDP 2 has to take effect in September this year, so principally this paper is advisory. It can't really be changed in any major sort of way at this stage. The report recommends that the Council accepts all the recommended modifications plus technical and consequential changes. It also sets out the stages involved in adopting the plan. Unfortunately, something rather odd has happened to the printing of Appendix 3. Some of the headings are rather jumbled looking. It's actually okay online, but not in print. Hopefully that hasn't prevented members perusing most of the contents, and I'll open up to member questions and debate. Anybody got any questions on? Katie.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, it was just a simple question. Supplementary guidance, can that be added at any point over the course of the LDP2 being in place? Or once we agree our plan and it gets adopted in September, is that it? We have to wait till we then review it in the next 5 years?
Leader, yes, supplementary guidance can be added at any time after the plan's adopted, with one proviso, which is it must be referred to within the adopted plan. So there must be a hook within the plan to say this will be supported by supplementary guidance. So we can't just introduce something that is not referenced anywhere at all in the plan.
Councillor James?
Yes, good morning, Steve. Supplementary guidance, is that still to come, and will there be sort of workshops for that? And secondary question is, with a site like CST10, H10 coming freshly in from the reporter, the site guidance for that, will we have sight of that, or is this it today?
Yes, in relation to the supplementary guidance, there was a decision at a previous EEI committee that we would arrange member seminars, and I think we agreed a list of topics, the supplementary guidance topics that would be covered by those seminars. I think there were 6 or 7 topics referred to, including things like housing in the countryside and development in villages. And we will arrange those now that we have the reporter's decision letter, so we know where we're headed in terms of the final version of the adopted plan. We can now go ahead and make those arrangements to hold those seminars. I'll ask Shona to address the specific comment about that site in Castle Douglas.
Thank you. CSD H10 in Castle Douglas is an allocation in the current adopted local plan. So the reporter's recommendations are to include the site in LDP2 along with the guidance that's in the adopted plan.
Okay. So, are we happy to proceed to the recommendations? Sorry. Oh, sorry, Jane, didn't see.
No, I thought you'd see me. It's on page 62, OP1C, the landscape issue. It's a hallmark of a professional that they can usually provide written assurance and explanation of why they take a decision. Why did the reporters want to delete any reference to the European Landscape Convention?
The reasoning will be contained within the decision letter that they sent to us, that we get as an output from the examination process. We receive a full report, so that decision will be fully explained within their report. We're just having a quick double check at the moment. I can certainly advise offline about that reason, but it will be set out within the reporter's decision letter.
Councillor Crothers?
I suppose just I'm looking at Appendix 3 in particular, where you see, but it's a misprint for us. Maybe we have seen it electronically, which I haven't. I've only looked at this, but I just wonder, how do we agree this today? It's maybe procedural more than anything. Page 142, for example, I'm looking at that. There's a table in there. I think it makes it quite clear. So in the refers to spatial strategy housing. And it's reference to, there's a table there. You can't actually see the content in the table. And Dumfries, Esdale, Mid Galloway, blah, blah, blah. And I think it's quite clear what's been agreed, which is table, so the wording will be changed to table 2 in the support housing, land requirement, technical paper, set out how the plan meets the housing requirement. That's probably the change of the agreement there.
Leader, there should have been some supplementary papers left on each desk with a printout of the correct version. There's been a gremlin somewhere within the printing of the papers, which means that all of the table headings are incorrect, and also those 3 embedded tables which set out housing land figures have also been scrambled. So there should be a separate Appendix 3 with the correct headings.
I've got it down, no, so thanks for that. It does make that table, straight in that table, makes total sense. Apologise for not picking up on that. No, so fair enough. So we're agreeing the amended table as presented today would satisfy us.
Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. Just a bit of clarification. It's 3.6.1 at the top of page 67. My reading of that is that the reporter has recommended that no sites are deleted from the plan, so that would be from LDP 1. But 2 new sites are added. So does that mean that the decisions we took when we put forward our draft LDP 2 to remove some housing areas falls? I'm just looking for some clarification for the planners. If I think it's probably a wording issue here, but just need to be sure.
The sites that we put forward in the proposed plan, we had the special meeting back in September where we considered all the representations and there were some further adjustments made to what was submitted to the reporter. So all of those sites that were submitted, with the exception of these ones, are now going to be included into the adopted plan. So there were a few sites where I think at the special meeting some sites were introduced in terms of not wanting to support objections or representations that were received. So all of those sites are in, with the exception of these two.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. Steve, I wonder if you could clarify, in view of the decision we made earlier on the climate emergency motion, it's my understanding that there is a review of Scottish planning policy in relation to climate change ongoing. Has that already been built into the plan in terms of the amendments that reporters have brought forward, or what would the impact be on this plan if Scottish planning policy were to change in relation to climate change goals?
I think a number of the proposed modifications introduced by the reporter reflect the most up-to-date position of the Scottish Government with regard to climate change. So when we produced originally the proposed plan, that was subsequently superseded by the Scottish Government's adoption of their enhanced climate change targets, their zero carbon targets. So that is reflected in the some of the recommendations for changing policy wording that have come back from the reporter. If there were future changes to Scottish planning policy, SPP, then that would be a matter for us to consider in a future review of the plan, or indeed supplementary guidance.
Okay. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. It's on the point that's just been raised. I mean, I'm looking on page 83 in terms of overarching policy and OP1 in terms of development considerations and sustainability. It does in fact add in that sub-bullet point that makes reference to the reduction in carbon dioxide emissions through introduction of energy efficiency and such things. Again, just to clarify, to go back to my initial point in terms of supplementary guidance, if we as a council wish to look at our supplementary guidance, could we then have that, so to speak, as a hook to take forward? Because that was my initial question in terms of how we introduce supplementary guidance.
It is intended that there will be supplementary guidance on that particular issue. I think that's specifically referred to in policy OP1, so we will be bringing forward supplementary guidance on that issue. Leader, I can go back to the question that Councillor Maitland asked about the reporter's reasoning. We've found the extract from their report in relation to the European Landscape Convention. So what they say is, I accept, however, the argument that the European Landscape Convention should not be identified as material consideration in the assessment of proposals, and that references to it should be removed from Part C of the proposed policy. As noted in the representation, the principles promoted by the European Landscape Convention have been integrated into SPP. The UK government signed up to the European Landscape Convention in 2006, and in Scotland provides a framework for the work undertaken by Scottish Natural Heritage. So that's the explanation that we've been given.
Are we happy to move to the recommendations now? Okay, good. There's noting 1 and 2, which are the findings, agreeing the modifications, content to agree the modifications, and then to delegate authority to the head of economy and development to make further minor technical and consequential modifications, which is 4, to notify the Scottish ministers of the council's intention to adopt LDP2, and to report to the EEI committee or its successor on the updated action programme, strategic environmental assessment, post-adoption statement, and the supplementary guidance for adopted. Oh, it's not on here. Yeah, we also have to agree. adoption, or we have to agree the adoption of the plan itself? Okay, can we move now to item 8, which is the Local Child Poverty Action Report. This report presents a draft Dumfries and Galloway Local Child Poverty Action Report as required by the Child Poverty Scotland Act of 2017 for members' consideration. As described in the vision statement in the report attached at Appendix 1, the Council's commitment to tackling poverty in all its forms has been strong, and its dedication has been recognised at national level by achieving the COSLA 2018 Gold Award for tackling inequalities and improving health. The report contains a lot of useful information and statistics which help us paint a picture of poverty and need within Dumfries and Galloway and the work that still remains to be done. Despite this commitment, however, the levels of child poverty as presented in pages 179 to 180 is shocking in some parts of our region. These figures reveal the extent to which poverty is hidden in rural areas. The Community Planning Partnership considered this report at its meeting on Friday and made a number of suggestions regarding possible future actions and reporting. Gillian Bryson, is Wendy here as well? No. And Phil Myers from NHS, from Dumfries and Galloway, are here to assist with any questions members have may have. So I'll open it up to questions and points. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, you made reference there to figures, and indeed on 3.1 of the report. And I welcome the report in so much that it highlights the problem in Dumfries and Galloway. But if you take, and to me there's a slight spin on the list, where it says in the bullet points, less than 10% of children live in relative poverty. And when you take that figure against the number of children that we've got in Dumfries and Galloway, that really frightens, or that gives some contextual detail. Because if I take STRANRAER, taking the school population, and that's not even kids before that in nursery and so forth, there's some 1,900 kids in my estimation. I could be wrong in the figure, but when you calculate that or put the contextual detail to that, that's 180 school kids who live in poverty. When you break it down as this has done, less than 5%, well, I would put it then we shouldn't have 5% of kids living in abject or absolute poverty, because that's 80 children in Stranraer alone. And that figure will increase when you take kids before preschool age. So the definition of this is frightening, that we've got kids out there who are living in poverty. And then I look at the report, and there's reference 7 times to a local action report, and only one reference, if you like, to develop and deliver the local action report or plan. And I would like to see a plan coming forward, because we have establishments or there's been places set up. We've got Kate's Kitchen in Annan, we've got the Fed Up Cafe in Stranraer, we've got a considerable number of food banks, soup kitchens throughout the area, some in Stranraer, WIGTOWN, and I'm quite sure there are other places. But we need an action plan, a plan rather than a report, to say, how are we addressing the issue of these poverties? You know, and we're just coming into tomorrow, I think it is, that the schools break up. Yeah, how are we going to guarantee or try to strive towards that these kids will see some kind of food on the table during that? And I would like to see the education department working much closely or closer with the Fed Up Cafe, Kate's Kitchen, the soup kitchens to deliver this. What we really should be doing is, finding some way of getting by all the austerity that we've had for so long, that we are finding people having to use soup kitchens, cafes, etc., and food banks. That should be our ultimate aim, where we don't need these. But because we are facing this, and it's a disgrace in terms of the UK government that we are facing this, that we have some sort of way, and if Gillian could answer, so that we know kids who are on free school meals, that we can direct them to some of the cafe I've referred to 2 at least, and there'll be soup kitchens. Have we got some kind of strategy or mechanism to direct, and I know it's voluntary, but to direct kids and families to the places that we know exist.
Thank you very much, and for your comments, Councillor Scobie. I think we all couldn't agree more that this is it's a challenging report. We bring the report to you. I bring the report to you as the chair of the Children's Services Executive Group, and I'm grateful to public health colleagues and NHS colleagues for helping us collate this. We were the group tasked with the collation and the production of the report, but we recognise that those round the table as the Children's Services Executive Group do not have within their direct influence the key actions against the Act, which is the increase in income. So child poverty is fundamentally an issue of family income. And what we at the end in schools with nurses and teachers and health visitors and police and social work, they see the impact of child poverty. So we feel that the Children's Services Executive Group can act as a compass to the Community Planning Partnership and others who are charged with increasing incomes across Dumfries and Galloway to try and prioritise. Now clearly, as Councillor Scobie recognises, there's a lot of work in our schools and our communities with third sector partners to mitigate the impact of poverty. And clearly with Kate's Kitchen and the Fed Up Cafe and our many initiatives that we are bringing forward through pupil equity funding or in conjunction with third sector, they mitigate the impact of poverty. And we have throughout the summer, we have workers who will be directing and signposting families in need to area aspects that people who offer food. I don't want to use the word soup kitchen. We're very, very clear that the direction we have been given over the last 2 or 3 years is that our food strategy should be non-stigmatising. And we have not moved down a soup kitchen route, but we do need to ensure that families have got help when and where they need it. So it's a first step at collating this. What Phil and I have recognised in doing this work this year is that child poverty threads through all of the work that we do, and therefore that's why this report isn't particularly sharp, and we recognise that because it's the regional economic strategy, it's the employment strategy, it's the many different food strategies that we have, the transport strategy, the early learning and childcare strategy, the young parental health strategy. All of those strategies and plans come together. So recognising that we don't have a plan for next year here in front of you, it's because we have many plans whose ultimate aim is to improve the inclusive economic growth of Dumfries and Galloway, which in turn will impact on child poverty.
So that's certainly the discussion within the Community Planning Partnership was actually how different agencies work together and how, when you get everybody around the table, how we can contribute working with each other into improving the situation. I've got quite a number of people actually already wanting to speak. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. It's on page 190. We have the reinforcing our commitment to tackling child poverty. Now, within that it says that we have mainstreamed various budgets, included cost of school day for home economics and technical design classes. Now, recently at a school board, or parent council as it's called now, we were advised, could we reintroduce the charges because that budget hasn't been mainstreamed and there was an oversight in the budget. Now, whether that is true that members weren't told that that funding was coming to an end and they'd never set money aside, but this would suggest that that report wasn't accurate at the parent council, but there is money there. So could you just clarify, has that money been put into the budget to allow the delivery of food and wood to these classes, or is it a case that, well, we'll call it mainstream and we've just put it into the budget and you have to find it yourself?
I'm happy to take that because I took that decision. I wouldn't expect a specific member's decision in order to buy chemicals for chemistry or for the purchase of textbooks, and therefore the school's curriculum design should be and should encapsulate all costs in terms of that curriculum design. So when I stipulated that there should be no charge for curriculum, it was within the school's budgets because a school should design a curriculum that they can afford to deliver. And there shouldn't therefore be an expectation that parents, those costs for whether it be art or wood, it's tended historically to be the technical subjects, but you wouldn't expect parents to have to contribute to to science or some of the other subjects. So it is mainstreamed within the school's budget. And I'm disappointed to hear that head teacher took that to a parent council, and I'd be happy to take that on with you directly.
Councillor Surtees.
Thank you very much, Leader, and I welcome this report, and I think it's great that we get so much detail. On page 192, I note the anti-poverty intensive family support service and the funding, well, the timescale for that is till March 2020. I've just got 2 points about that. One is that team were nominated for the Social Work Awards and they were highly commended. So I'd like to really congratulate the work of that team very, very much. And that's a huge achievement. My question is, what happens to the families that they've been working with? It's clearly a very effective team. And what's going to happen after March 2020?
Certainly, I'll take your congratulations back to the Chief Social Work Officer for the work of that team. The team was set up to look at a different way of working. And once we've established the evaluation of that, clearly our responsibilities to support our most vulnerable families continue, and our council's commitment to support our most vulnerable families continue. But we need to look at how we do that and the work of the Intensive Family Support Service. What evidence do we have that it has made an impact, and how do we move forward?
So when the analysis of the work that's been done is taken place, would that team be up for review then, or?
I think we would have to look at, I'm keen that, well, I'm very clear that this work can't be an initiative. It has to be the work that we do. And if there's things that we have learned about how best to support families in poverty and to get out of poverty, we have to learn from that. I don't have a direct answer for you, Councillor Surtees, but I know that we can't go from year to year on an initiative, but we have to embed a way of working that best supports our most vulnerable families.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you for bringing this report forward. And clearly, the Scottish Government are, as the first paragraph states, setting ambitious targets, as they should be, because looking at the statistics, it's not good enough as to where we are at the moment. Just in terms of government, I am aware that the PEF money that schools receive is making a difference. I sat in a parent council meeting a couple of weeks ago in Whithorn, which is a SIMD1 area, and the head teacher confirmed to the parents there that this money is having a direct evidence-based improvement to the children within the society there. So I'm really pleased that head teachers are embracing that. I'm also delighted that the Scottish Government are putting their money where their mouth is and announced yesterday the extra £10 per child without a limit on caps to those families that are most vulnerable. So I would just like to commend the Scottish Government on that one. Looking at the specifics of the report, we're being asked to agree the context and the format of this first local plan. So in terms of actual specifics, I'm looking on page 184, and it makes reference to the Dumfries and Galloway Citizens Advice Service that we're delivering advice and support. And in the table before us, 4, 5, 6. The seventh one down is evidence that the service is being accessed by all areas in Dumfries and Galloway. Now, I'm just a bit concerned because it says provider role is to direct measure and the target is to monitor, and it's frequently monthly, but it's not giving me any details there. And while I appreciate this is pulling together lots of information, I'm also aware of a constituent in Freetown who had an appointment with Citizens Advice, which had to travel 62 miles on the bus with poor transport. Are all our residents actually able to access those services that are really needed? And, you know, if not, how can we address that moving forward? My other point I wanted to just bring up was in Appendix 1 on page 192. We've got a title there, Breakfast Clubs in Schools. Now, I noticed that the timescale of action only runs until October 19, so my concern is what happens beyond 19, and I'm aware that we have breakfast clubs in our primary schools, but we don't, as far as I'm aware, have any in our high schools, although if that's incorrect, please feel free to correct me. And I'm wondering whether there's an option maybe not a breakfast club, but perhaps a drop-in breakfast cafe for our older children, because once you step from P7 into first year, that doesn't necessarily go away. And in fact, these are more harder to reach young people within our region. So would like to put in a request, is that something we can look to in the future to set up a drop-in breakfast cafes for our older children within the region? Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the Citizens Advice Service, I'll take that back specifically. We were conscious that we didn't have a great deal of information to report on that, but we can certainly bring that in more detail back to you. In terms of food in schools, we do have breakfast clubs right across the region. We have had for some years. We have done some work to set out whether schools want and need breakfast clubs, whether school communities benefit from breakfast clubs. Some of the complexity around it, it seems a really easy one, doesn't it? Breakfast club in schools. Almost a quarter of our young people are bused to school. We tried grab bags, we tried a range of things. Ultimately, schools are very able and do set up a breakfast club where there is the need and the want from the communities. And we've done a full evaluation of those who wish them, and we've provided a great deal of guidance and support if they wish to set one up. I think the most practical and helpful change that we have made through Alan Mawson's team in recent past was to allow the free school meal ticket to be used at breakfast time. So although there is not an official breakfast club in a secondary school, you can use your free school meal during morning break, and many schools will have drop-in tea and toast at the beginning of the school day. So there's lots of on-site models, and many schools use their pupil equity funding and their work with partners to do that.
Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. My question it relates to the presentation of the data, Gillian. On page 179, where it's broken down into wards. Now, clearly there's an anomaly there in that D ward no longer exists, and it's now D in Glen Kens. And I appreciate that there's a note in the report, can't find it at the moment, which explains that. However, as a councillor for D in Glen Kens, this doesn't tell me what the position of child poverty is in the Glen Kens, and I appreciate that there are wards where basically distinct communities are lumped together in a ward. But from my perspective, it'd be very helpful for me to get a more accurate picture. Is that data available, Gillian, to break it down? I'm not saying to break it down to every town, every village, but using the example of the Glen Kens, it is distinct from the D area, if I can even call it that. Is there any way of giving members drilling down slightly more so that we get a better picture?
Absolutely, members. And it's just this morning, the local government collated information that goes round the emails every morning. There was a circular about the different measures of child poverty and how best to use these various different measures. I've asked our GIS team to map the school catchments and the wards so that we can actually start to see from a school level, because the schools want to see their pupil equity fund data, and so that it becomes real for them. So I'm very aware that this was a first cut at this. There's a lot of data out there, and it now needs to be meaningful and sharper for you. So we look forward to bringing back a more localised report in the near future.
Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know about the rest of these, but I found this pretty grim reading. When you look at on page 180, just as Councillor Campbell's just finished talking about, you look through some of these areas, there are areas in there that I would expect quite a lot of you would say, I would never have expected that amount of poverty in my area or in that area. And it's really brought it home to us, the grim state this country's in. Because what we're reflecting here in Dumfries and Galloway will be throughout Scotland, I would think. And in this 2019, is it we're in, it's a pretty grim reading. We're going back to the early 1900s with the state that the country's in and how we can look after families. And to think that we've got to set up feeding stations and all that sort of thing for kids throughout the summer holidays and all that sort of thing. I think that's a diabolical thing. And the governments, and I'll express my view here that I've expressed a number of times, there's people in governments who have no conception of life at street level. And that's how we're, well, to me, that's how we're in this mess we're in today. And it is a mess. And a lot of these people are reluctant to come forward, as has been mentioned, with a stigma that's stuck to them if they're seen going into this place to get food. That stigma sticks to them. And it's how we can overcome that and make it such that they can go into any place and get the support they need without anybody else being able to identify that. But I welcome this paper, and I agree with a lot of what Councillor Scobie said. It's a grim situation, and how we get out of it, I just don't know.
Councillor McGregor.
I feel quite bummed out now, justifiably. I'll try to be succinct. I've got a couple of observations and then a few questions, and I think it needs to be stressed at this stage. I think this council's doing really, really well in mitigating against child poverty, and I think, if anything, along with a couple of other authorities across Scotland, we're actually ahead of the Scottish Government. I think we've got things in place, and we're doing pretty well with an awful lot of the things that we're doing, so I think that needs to be stressed at this stage. I'd just like to know how we're measuring it against the National Performance Framework and how it's sitting with that. I think from my perspective, I'd quite like to understand, appreciating this is just the first annual report, what Gillian and her team feel are the risks of an ongoing delivery plan, and what the risks of the council are, and where, again, the resource needs to be. And I'm very mindful, again, that the government has now finally put their number one priority as child poverty through the medium-term financial strategy. So it's how we capitalise that and get the best out of that, because if there is additional funding, unfortunately some of it may be ring-fenced, we need them to understand that we're already doing quite a lot of really good stuff which we could develop and have cutting across an awful lot of departments. So it's the risks of sort of an ongoing delivery plan. And then I suppose just slightly moving into PEF and a few other bits and pieces, are we finding the reporting and monitoring quite cumbersome in context of the actual funding package itself? And is there anything that we can be doing to ensure that the measures that we're using deliver the right outcomes, and that's being reported in a straightforward way, and that, as I say, we're not bogged down in a monitoring system that actually takes up a huge amount of resource that could be used elsewhere?
In terms of the National Performance Framework, I've said on many occasions, and I'll not miss the opportunity to do so again, that we have some of the highest attainment in the country but the lowest average wage economy, and that doesn't make sense to many of us. So I think there are messages within our 10,000 Voices report about young people wanting to leave the region, about jobs and about economy, and these are key messages that we can use with our South of Scotland Enterprise Agency. However, that being said, we have just published our National Improvement Framework report, published this morning, which shows we are closing the poverty-related attainment gap. So it is making a difference. We know that our children, both in terms of health outcomes and educational outcomes, that poverty creates barriers to good health and education, but we certainly in terms of educational attainment, across the broad general education, children's literacy and numeracy is improving across the board. So that's positive. I think there's a risk in terms of the bureaucracy of some of this with ring-fence funding, but we recognise that we have to be accountable for the money that we receive. And it's our job to make it as streamlined and as simple and as integrated to the work of schools as possible. In terms of risks, in terms of the Child Poverty Action Plan, I think what we found in working together over the last year was about citing this report. I mean, in terms of SIT, where does it live in terms of our planning and reporting framework? Because it's everything that we do. So the risk is it becomes a series of unconnected initiatives when actually it's just embedded in everything that we do. And it's seeing things from a child poverty perspective. It's seeing it through a gender responsive budgeting lens that helps us feed that through, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
I think what Dr. Boughton has just said is extremely helpful. in terms of, we're being asked to agree the format and the content of this, and I have no difficulty with what is there. I think possibly a few bits need to be tidied up. But on page 49, what you mentioned about the South of Scotland Enterprise Agency, there is a gap. There's quite a lot of TBC, and the NHS actually has also arguably a couple of TBCs in there as well. And so I suppose the next time we come, maybe could it be highlighted that these have been changed? So the changes for us, when the next time it comes, I think we should see what the changes are so we can examine that. I would say to members actually that on page 178, that those drivers of child poverty are the critical issue. And if you look across the bottom of what we can possibly do in a low income area such as ours with prime industries, which are going to be under attack because of climate change, NB, the skills and qualifications, and the availability and affordability of transport and childcare. Those are the two things which arguably here are the things that we are going to have to try and say, okay, those are the things we have to try and deal with. Because isn't it, somebody said, if you think education's expensive, try ignorance.
Councillor Scobie, were you wanting back in?
Yeah, well, just on the response from Gillian, could I first of all associate myself with the remarks made by Ross in terms of that intensive family initiative, and knowing the senior social worker leading that, then again it's some contextual detail to that, and it was described to me that we have families that hardly have a sheet to put in their beds, and that's abject poverty. And if we can do something, to deal with that, then we're moving in the right direction, as indeed this intensive family initiative is doing. So that's, but it's horrendous that we have families, as Jock mentioned, that are living in these conditions in society today. And I don't know how you're going to address that other than to do away with welfare reform and all that has created, the poverty associated with that. The issue here, and Gillian referred to it, it's the impact of poverty as the report's looking at, and then act as a compass. And I look at page 203, and this is the first bit that I see where, there's reference to the Fed Up Cafe, but we've got many other in the third sector. I've referred to some, and some do classify themselves as soup kitchens, and that takes us back to Dickensian and so forth. So that's the state we're living in. So they refer to themselves as that. Whether we may like it or not like it, that's what they call themselves. But here we've got a figure of 662 beneficiaries to the Fed Up Cafe. What I would ask, even at this late stage, knowing that the schools break up tomorrow, if we could have a future report just to see, how many kids actually that we were able to, mitigate the circumstances, direct them, call it as you will. It's still voluntary, but if we could some mechanism in place, both from health and education, so that families are getting the use of the facilities that are available. There's more reference to breakfast clubs, of which I welcome, but we need to be able to say, look, we're working in collaboration with the third sector to address the issue of the absolute poverty that many of our kids and families are facing. The other thing I would ask, and it's perhaps to the recommendation because it talks about the report, but and it was perhaps touching on what has been said in terms of the reporting and monitoring. I think that, to address the issue is it in my ward? Then as I put earlier, the simple way to do it is to try and average, without identifying any family, the number of school kids there are, and then you start to find, on average, what would be in your ward. But for the area committees to get reports on a regular basis as to how we are actually tackling this, both from a health and social care perspective, that the area committees get that report, and then we are starting to look at not just a report, but a plan to tackle the problem. And I would like to see that built into the recommendation, the area committees get that report, and then you can actually start to see how horrendous it is in each of the wards by area committee. And if it needs it, I'm quite happy to move that, Chair.
Certainly, we as the Children's Services Executive Group were tasked with this from the Community Planning Partnership, so we then would work through those structures, and happy to be advised if there's any further groupings we should report to.
I think given the statistics we've seen, I think it would be of interest to the area committees to have this sort of information.
Could I ask that members bear with us so that we could look at all of the data and what's best? I think, agreeing the principle, absolutely, and we'll get it as soon as possible, but I think not all of the data aligns well. So I think, again, if we just spend the summer analysing, but I think picking on the point about reporting back on what we did over the summer, absolutely, we need to gather that data to see if we can target it more effectively at the next break. But certainly I think the problem with child poverty is there's so much data, and it's trying to get it cut to get the story. So I think if we can work in that over the summer and then come back to members with a plan of what gets reported where, so that we get the best information possible for members.
Yeah, apologies, Chair, because I missed the point, but I take the point Gavin's making, and we don't want a tomb to say what this is what it is, but if we could get some indication. But it was a remark made by Gillian again that the targets in closing the attainment gap, that we're moving towards that. Well, I remember sitting at an audit and risk, and that was one of the questions that Audit and Risk Committee asked in terms of how do we measure this and what will be the measurements. And I think it was referred to, and I'll no doubt be corrected, but it was referred to that the earliest we could see these figures coming back would be about the September time of 2019. So I just wonder what evidence Gillian has in the statement she made in saying that we are closing the attainment gap. I hope we are. But where is the evidence to back up that statement? Because that's a crucial part in anti-poverty and education.
The National Improvement Framework Evidence Report is a requirement by government, and we've completed it yesterday, and it was published on our website today, and it will be coming as part of the end of year performance report in September, but it's published live today.
Good. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I'm looking at the table at the bottom of page 179, and it is indeed grim reading, as several speakers have mentioned. What I also find grim is the fact that so few of these households are being picked up by SIMD statistics. Gillian, could you give us an indication how many of these children are actually recognised by SIMD as living in households suffering deprivation?
Certainly I know that many of our schools, we are not an attainment challenge authority, but we know that 70% of our children who are on free school meals do not live in an SIMD 1 or 2 area, and that's why we were quite vocal in looking at the allocation of funding being on a free school meals basis rather than on an SIMD basis, because we know that the challenge authorities have a great deal of funding coming to support schools, whereas we only have Sanker and Kellerholm that attracts attainment challenge funding. So yes, that's certainly an issue, and that's why I think the mapping, going back to that local level, we know 16% of our young people are on free school meals. Where are they? Where do they sit? And it's they're not in homogenous groups. We've got some schools who respond to SIMD 1 to SIMD 9 or 10, and that means that the resources are quite widely spread. Sorry, Phil, have you?
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader.
Thanks, Julian.
Sorry,
Chair. Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, I can maybe just add that in terms of SIMD, I think we'll all be aware of the usual kind of caveats in our area, and given the fact that we live in a predominantly rural area, SIMD is often not the best sort of measure of deprivation for us locally. So yeah, it's kind of with those caveats that we kind of reference SIMD statistics.
Councillor McComb, you want to back in?
Yes, thanks, Leader. Is it not also the case that some of our funding from the Scottish Government is dependent upon SIMD statistics?
Yes, we are. We have 2 attainment challenge schools, but we are not an attainment challenge authority, and that has affected our funding that comes directly from government.
So basically, as a rural area, we are receiving less funding than the child poverty statistics indicate.
What might be useful is if at the next Education Committee, the committee bring back a report showing how the PEF funding has been allocated, because if you see the amount that's gone into North Ayrshire, etc., it's eye-watering. And we have proved in the past we have similar levels of poverty. So I think, again, that national information would be useful for members to perhaps take a lobby position on.
Councillor Dempster.
Okay, thanks, Leader. We could just mention, first of all, one of the things that Councillor Hagman picked up on page 184 on the income maximisation and financial inclusion table, where we talk about evidence that the service is being accessed in all areas of Dumfries and Galloway, and evidence customer base has higher representation in areas of deprivation. I would hope that, as well as monitoring, I know Gillian's taken a note of this, that we'll get a report back, because we'll have statistics or percentages of children that are in poverty. So it should be easy to link them to and illustrate just how effective that actually is. And if I could go into my hobby horse, which is on the next table on page 185, actual number of customers accessing a credit union as a result of engaging with the service. I would hope that would also go to evidence that the service is being accessed in all areas of Dumfries and Galloway, because I'll give you an anecdotal story, Chair or Leader. I went to Rothsay from Weems Bay in a boat at the weekend, and it's a better service than the bus service for Kilhome to Dumfries. You go to Weems Bay in Rothsay in an hour, and it's every 2 hours, and we would be expecting folk in poverty to get on a bus to come to Dumfries to put £1 in a credit union savings card. It's no practical, it's no logical, and it's something that I know I've raised before, and I know that we as a council are dealing with it, but I'd like to see evidence that it's actually happening. Thanks, Leader.
I think it is hearing these things, actions that we need to take, that shows that there's quite a lot of work to do in this report, and pulling together some of the various elements that and I certainly will bring some of that back. Talking about transport, Douglas Kirkpatrick and I this morning were sharing a report that was published by, I think, the Inequalities Commission, who said that transport in a rural area is the biggest barrier to child in terms of reducing child poverty. So it is about always looking at things that we can offer. Early learning and childcare and transport are strategies that we are bringing forward.
I think as well, from a health perspective, it's very much around how we can improve working in partnership. So with the likes of Citizens Advice and the local authorities financial inclusion assessment team, we do link with them very well, but I think there's further work that we can do there. So for example, how can we include these services and put them closer to our communities? We do have some good examples where financial inclusion services have been provided in GP practices and through some of our local hospitals. I think it's how we can build upon that and make that sustainable as we move forward, so that we bring the services closer to our communities rather than expect people in our communities to travel, as we've alluded to reach these services.
Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks very much, Chair. In this, our Armed Forces Week, it would be wrong of me to not mention our Armed Forces families and, of course, the difficult situation that some of the children actually face within that particular area. However, I also do like to look at reports and seeing if there is any opportunities to improve in the future, and just thinking about what there has recently come out is an Armed Forces Covenant Fund Trust removing barriers to family life, which is £7.5 million from the Armed Forces Covenant Trust. Now, we have to put applications in by the 18th of July, and I'm looking at Gillian and perhaps our head social worker and seeing if there's something that we could work together in a very short period of time, put something together for our Armed Forces families in the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely, I'm aware of. I wasn't aware of the deadline, but I'll certainly work with you, Councillor, and with Chief Social Work Officer to do that.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. On SIMD, yes, it's not the best measure. Are there any workarounds that groups making funding applications could use to make that argument why free school meals, etc., might be better metrics to use? And is someone done any work on that, or why does it disadvantage rural areas? Because that'd be quite useful when making these bids. On page 171, I'm looking at the definitions there because when we have stats, it's important we look at how they're arrived. And I would say we're measuring disparity and not poverty, certainly not absolute poverty, because absolute poverty by this yardstick is relative, so it can't be absolute and relative. And if you had a situation where, let's say, doctors, teachers and police got a salary increase, then poverty would immediately increase. And yet those people at the bottom end would have the same money in their available as they had before. So I really think we could get, we can take these figures too seriously. Now, how would we? But they might be bad. And how would we improve them? Could it be through prosperity? Is it enough that we would encourage SOSAP and Borderlands to be more focused in their approach and actually create industries or help industries out to create middle paid jobs? We shouldn't be trying to create high paid jobs, because again that would increase relative poverty. And is that the way out? So I'll come to my question in a minute. I'm rambling on a bit here, but 1900, which I can't remember that far back, but I remember back to my childhood, it was much less formalised then. I think people were happier with less. I mean, is it right that we're actually talking about, are we talking about materialistic poverty here, or are we talking about a dearth in happiness, and are they the same things? Do we need money to be happy? I'm not sure, but we are running a sort of system here where we have good attainment and educate our people, and the ones that do better tend to leave, and then the ones that do less well tend to stay. So obviously we're going to have high percentages of people who are doing less well. Of course, we have to make decisions with money and limited resources. Last year, I think we spent £600,000 on keeping one child in care, and meanwhile decided not to spend £220,000 on the entire school outdoor activity programme. So there are decisions to make. How do you make the greater good? So my question is, in trying to understand what's going on here, do we have dysfunctional families which are going to have problems no matter how much they get given to them, or do we have a basic lack of prosperity at the middle stratas, and would we get out of it best by improving prosperity? So it was difficult for me to understand the exact situation described by the figures here, and okay, clearly I'm fortunate enough not to actually live in the situations here, but it wasn't enough in the report for me to know what we should be doing better.
The simple answer is it's very complex. There is no simple solution. There is, I would take challenge. I think there is absolute poverty. I see it when I go out, and I don't have to go to STRANRAER or North West Dumfries to see it. But there's also low-wage poverty. We suffer from the fact that people are making choices who are in jobs between heat and eat. And we know that. I mean, we get that from a poverty reference group. And in fact, the answer is to create a better economy, an economy with high-paid jobs, and that's why we're talking about inclusive growth deals with the Scottish Government and Westminster, and we're talking about fair work in relation to what the Enterprise Agency will fund. So it will fund companies who are going to have higher-paid jobs in our area. So in fact, it's putting all that together. And I think also we need to point about the number of children who are being born into poverty. Actually, we need to be prioritising with the work we're doing at pre-birth assessments on those children who come into poverty. How do you work with the family at that point? Otherwise, we're only dealing with the consequences later on. And I think that's why it's so complex for us. But the answer is that the easiest way to deal with poverty, relative or otherwise, is to have a successful economy. You cannot take a successful economy away, and how that money is then distributed in is the challenge. But I think, as Gillian said, this is only a report that pulls together where we are. Where we need to go is why we need members involved at ward level and area level in the debate about what works locally, because you will know where the hidden poverty is. I think the other thing we've got to make sure we don't design systems on the people that we know. This tells us that it's up to a quarter of our families are living in poverty, but we tend to focus on the bottom 10%. And again, it's that working locally we'll be able to work out what can work in your area. So I think very complex, but we need to build a better economy we've got and create higher paid jobs. And the further west you go, the more we know it's really difficult for single mothers to have work, to find work. Transport and other areas really start to bite in, particularly as you get to Ward 1 and Ward 2. So I think if we can have that type of engagement we've had here at this meeting, locally with members in that leadership role, we can start to do practical, simple things that will help solve the problem, but it's difficult to pull together in a report.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Leader. I'm really delighted to get Councillor James's views on the redistribution of wealth. That's actually fascinating for me. And unlike him, I do take it seriously. This isn't a pinch of salt report. This is, as many people in the room have said, grim reading. But there is a health warning in this. Communities Committee quite recently distributed some of the money we'd set aside in the budget for area committees to go out, not using SIMD, because the view of the people who were helping us design that process said it didn't really reflect Dumfries and Galloway. So we used our internal figures, that things that are already mentioned here, council tax reduction, housing benefit claims, free school meals and everything like that. And we also put an auto-enroll for, which helps the PEF numbers, or the PEF, or whatever you want to call it, because that automatically puts up the PEF payment if the numbers increase. So I think, all in all, I would suggest what really needs to come out of this, the absolute imperative of the whole thing is that we need to start getting whole area figures as quickly as possible. And I know that's what the planning partnerships point is, right? So we're needing the NHS figures, the local authority, the education figures, the communities, the benefit teams, everything. And when people are talking about the Spirou thing, and yes, it's a bit clumsy for us for this 1 year, but they're estimating in there 4,346 children, when we know we've got a number of children in households with council tax reduction claims at nearly 5,000. So the potential here is it's actually worse than what Spirou said. But I think, so that leads me to think we don't really know just exactly what the extent is, and there's a lot of work that we need to be done. And I would suggest quite quickly, so that we can get to the bottom of this.
Thanks very much, Leader. Yeah, just maybe coming there, if I may. I think you're making some really valid points, Councillor, and I think there is a whole raft of work that we can do around data to support this work. And I think, for me, when the NHS hat, I think there's real potential to work with our colleagues in the health intelligence team, both locally and nationally, and perhaps sort of move to some sort of position whereby we could come up with a suite of alternative data which supports this work. As I mentioned, there's lots of secondary data out there. The Chief Exec has mentioned some of the complexities around this, and I think in terms of some of the health data, how we can use that and link that to some of this work as well is crucial as well. We have started to do that through the report, you'll notice, but I still think there's work that we can do to articulate what our local situation is and how we go about addressing some of the issues. And I think as well, just building upon that point as well in terms of addressing the issues, it's about how we adopt that whole system approach to to this work, and that recognises the complexities which we're all referring to. And I think as well, aligned to that, it's about how we get that balance right between projects, interventions, and recognise that system that is already in place to undertake some work. And certainly I think us as a working group would like to see a scenario whereby we start to unpick some of the cost-benefit analysis of interventions so that we can look at the resource implications and inputs and really hone in on what our outcomes are for individuals and families so that we know that we are getting best value for money in this work that we're doing.
Thank you. Now, it's an important report, but we're running pretty late in time considering the amount of stuff that we've got on the agenda still to deal with. So I've got 4 speakers who've indicated that would like to speak, and then we'll go to the recommendations. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
It's okay, the Chief Executive have vocalised the...
Great. Councillor Lever.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a very good report, but it is quite a shocking report to realise the levels of childhood poverty within this. And yeah, the SIMD just doesn't work down here. And Gail reminded me that I wrote some years ago to Angela Constance when she was Education Secretary pointing this out. And they obviously took this on board to a certain extent and brought in the free school meal entitlement in terms of the PEF funding. But looking at the national context and targets in page 176 and the projections for child poverty in figure 1, there's a huge mountain to climb in this, and thinking back to eliminating fuel poverty, which was one of the targets in the early 2000s. And that was supposed to be eliminated by about 2016. And I think the latest figure is it's actually increasing quite rapidly again. So, it's one thing to set a target, it's another one entirely to achieve it.
Indeed, and the homelessness targets, which should have been solved by now if we'd done what was in the legislation. Councillor James.
Thank you once again. I don't know if my point was fully understood about the way that we assess what poverty is, but just to reiterate it, we are measuring relative poverty, which we could theoretically never get rid of unless everybody had approximately exactly the same income. So just not to be so much in doom and gloom about that, it will always exist, and when we get higher paid jobs, it would make the situation so much the worst. My question about SIM, that was sort of I did get help from that from Councillor Ferguson and the officer's reply to that. I'm just if there are any quick tips and tricks about how someone filling out a grant application could get around the score that we have for SIMD, that would be very useful. But I don't want to take too much more time. Thank you.
Any comments on that?
Certainly, when we bring a report back with more localised information, it could be part of the drive for big data, which means that local people could use open access data to use that in order to fill in application forms and things.
Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. I was listening to Councillor James there when somebody said earlier on that there's people in the world who don't actually understand the concept of poverty. I'm just reminded there's people in this room, when I look at Councillor James, who do not know the concept or do not understand it.
I just say I've had periods in my life where I've had absolutely no money. I do understand poverty. I've met a lot of poor people, and that's got nothing to do with these stats here, where these stats here would indicate levels of wealth that would far exceed people's wealth in about 3/4 of the planet today, and historically high. These are relative, and if you would read 171, you would understand that.
Yeah, but these definitions are also government definitions, so the report is actually
exactly
the government.
Yeah, we're bound to use them, but they're not what they say they are.
I think the definition of absolute poverty has changed. It doesn't look. I don't actually recognise that definition of absolute poverty. So I think maybe it has been changed, but it's been changed. I think they were probably UK government definitions. So Stephen Thompson wanted to come in.
Yeah, thanks for your indulgence, Chair. I'll be very quick. So it's just on page 178. It's been touched on already. There's only a limited amount of things that we can actually with our local partners control. And one of those, that's skills and qualifications. Councillor Maitland touched on this earlier, and the other one is transport. And I'm very conscious that we've got partners here, we've got NHS represented here. It would be sad to think that in this meeting so far we've talked about urgent actions and emergencies and things that are obviously high priority. But I'm sort of thinking of, for want of a nail, the shoe was lost. If you can recall the Benjamin Franklin idiom, I think it is. But for want of a nail, if you don't take care of the small details, we'll come on to it later in a notice of motion about community transport. But there could be a relatively small investment at the end of things that we can actually influence to provide something that enables a whole sequence of things that allows people in a poverty trap to actually access the so-called higher paid jobs that we might be bringing to the region, because at the moment they can't. So I think if we're measuring bang for buck, sometimes if we spend certain things in a certain place, it might lead on to, it might open and enable gateways that weren't there before. So it's just to kind of preempt something that's coming up later in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm advised that lunch is here. If we carry on at the speed we're doing at the moment, I think we'll be wanting dinner to be here later on. Can we break for half an hour, please? Oh, sorry. I was getting hungry. I'll get prepared to note one, agree to, and agree 3. Yeah, lunch is in room 2, apparently. A meeting to do with the borderlands. Can you find Liz somewhere? Okay. So we're moving on to item 9, which is our response to the consultation on the new national body, Public Health Scotland, and a report by the Director of Communities. This report provides the Council's proposed response to the consultation undertaken on the new national public health body, to be known as Public Health Scotland. Public health reform is a partnership between the Scottish Government and the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities, or COSLA, with the involvement of a number of other partners, reflecting its influence across a number of service areas. Reform is considered to be needed because the current arrangements are not providing effective in tackling the nation's health, and health inequality continues to increase. Liz Manson, and is Richard here as well? Yes, Liz. Liz is here to assist with any questions. When I open up the meeting to any questions. Councillor McKee and Councillor Scobie.
Is this replacing one, or is it another fantasy they're setting up? We're going through this process every now and again, and they just didn't seem to work. Maybe if they come down here and they got some of the councillors to sit on the board, they'd maybe get it to work properly. But no, is it a case of it's replacing something, or is it just an additional grouping?
The new Public Health Scotland body is replacing 4 national bodies, so it's an amalgamation at national level.
Councillor Scobie?
Maybe the further question to that is, what powers will it have if we take the current, and I'm looking at page 236, and I'm looking at the vision, the new arrangements for public health described in this consultation are to design to ensure they effectively deliver improved health and well-being outcomes for the population of Scotland. Now, if we take the current situation where, west of the region, and they've heard me speak in this at social work and at area committees, and we have the IGB before us. In STRANRAER, and I'm not trying to personally or be parochial, but we've got an inequality in maternity services, where the ward has been closed there, and pregnant mothers have to travel 75 miles. Forward cancer planning, have to go to Edinburgh on the forward cancer planning rather than closer at home as Glasgow. On social care, we've got an inequality in residential homes and EMI bed spaces. My question is, what powers will this body have to address the inequalities, as it says in the vision here, for the whole of Scotland, and breaking it down area by area? Will it have the powers to affect change, and that we do provide an equitable service for the whole of Scotland in that respect.
The powers that the new body will have is an amalgamation of the existing bodies. But it is a national body, so it doesn't have a direct role with local health services. But you'll see throughout the response that one of the changes that they are planning to make is that there will be better and more joined up work at local level. So that flexibility, that local dimension is something that they are looking to introduce because the current system hasn't made the change in Scotland's health that it needs to do so.
So it's just more of the same then?
I think certainly their intent, as you'll see from the introduction, is to have a different approach and to have better and more responsive services at local level. So that's the change that they're planning to make.
Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Chair. Again, people will be turning their eyes up at being Armed Forces Week again, and I just like to make sure that the Armed Forces health and well-being that the Scottish Veterans Commissioner is actually talking about will be involved in this consultation. And of course, we need to make sure that the Armed Forces families are involved with the response to this report as well. I know we do it through the Community Planning Partnership Board here in Dumfries and Galloway. I just want to make sure that something's in there about making sure that we take into consideration all those other things that are going on for Armed Forces families.
Certainly the consultation has been very extensive. I'll certainly check with the colleagues at national level who are undertaking the work, but I do know that they have been targeting particular groups who suffer the greatest inequalities, and I'm sure that veterans will be part of that, but I'm sure they'll be happy to confirm that.
Sorry, Councillor Maitland. Yes, Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. Is there not a risk that the establishment of this public health body will simply result in conflict with the IJBs and NHS bodies which currently are providing public health?
The current national bodies are almost like a resource to health boards locally. It provides statistical information, sort of national leadership and things like health protection, national frameworks for things. So the idea is that the new structure will be more integrated and will provide better services for local NHS organisations. And you're absolutely right that there are different models in place for the health and social care. For example, in our model here, the statisticians from NHS Dumfries and Galloway have already moved into the health and social care partnership. So have the staff who were previously with Building Healthy Communities. So each of the areas across Scotland have put in place their own arrangements, and the idea is that this new national body will be better placed to provide that service to them.
So, can I ask, who will take the strategic decisions in terms of public health?
The responsibilities of the Director of Public Health are quite explicit, and they have statutory powers and obligations, so they won't change. It's more about the national sort of collective leadership, I understand, that this new body is trying to develop. And yes, certainly things like frameworks and guidance and sharing best practice, that is part of the national body as well.
I think the response does make the important point about accountability and the fact that it seems inappropriate for COSLA to have accountability for an organisation which reports to ministers. So I think that point has been made in the response. Any further questions? No. The recommendations are to consider the draft response. We agree, we don't really have any amendments or additions, I don't think. There's more observations that we made. And note that this will Our response will inform the Dumfries and Galloway Community Planning Partnerships response, which was rather similar to ours, Liz, I think possibly because you'd had quite a lot to do with it, but that has to be signed off, so our views and observations will feed into that. Thanks. Item 10 is the progress in responding to the independent inquiry recommendations. The report presents a fourth update on the agreed response plan to address the recommendations made in the inquiry report by Professor Coles, as agreed by full council on the 26th of June 2018. The report updates us on the work of the Executive Working Group, the action plan and activity which has taken place and is planned. Steve Rogers and Paul McCulloch are here to assist with any questions that members may have on the report. No, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Chair. And I note in the appendix the amount of thankfully completed actions within this report. It's just a question about when will we review this potentially with the changes that we're having at sort of for instance the environmental study that we did this morning, environmental report this morning, to make sure that these actions are pertinent to going forward with any other future project.
Leader, yes, thank you. So the intention is to have this action plan completed and in place by the end of August, and there will be hopefully a final report on the delivery of the action plan will be brought forward in September, and at that point it would then be open probably to members to indicate if they wish a further review report to come forward after we have given this sufficient time to bed in and become effective, so that we've got a means to measure it against.
Just noting on 3.2.3 that the NWCC Futures Trust report was awaited at the time of the report. Have we had any more indications since then when we might actually get sight of that report?
So we've had recent meetings with the Scottish Government colleagues on this. There's a further meeting next Friday to discuss the draft report. Understand that the report will be issued thereafter.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. A couple of questions, factual questions. Page 269. There seems to be in some ways a kind of new action arising from this. This is to be, which I totally agree with, but it's about a maintenance strategy. And this is new when it says it will be rolled out for all properties. Is that something which is very new and different? I mean, we've had maintenance strategies up till now, but maybe you could help me with where that is going to be taken through as an action. The second bit is the next item, 8.4.1, which is about new KPIs. So I suppose I'm asking how will these be captured and where will they be reported?
Thank you. Yes, so just to explain the maintenance strategy and I suppose really the process being put around that. So this is about understanding on a building by building basis what we are required to maintain, both from a statutory perspective and from a planned preventative maintenance perspective. It's about then identifying who undertakes the checks, who has that responsibility, and making sure we have documented evidence to support that. Going on from that and talking about the key performance indicators, it's then about that audit coming up with a percentage of properties that are in full compliance and where we are perhaps not meeting that and where we have to focus our resource to make sure we get up to that 100% compliance.
Okay, any further?
And that will be reported through a main statutory, a main committee, reported through...
Yeah, thanks. I would anticipate that could be reported through Audit and Risk Committee or through into the Project and Programme Management Office and then on to the relevant committee once we've got the governance arrangements agreed around that.
Henry, Caterpillar.
Thank you, Leader. It's on page 8.521 where we're looking at the review undertaken on the quality assurance practices and approaches. The note, the last paragraph in the note reflects the root cause review being conducted by Scottish Future Trust will further inform any action on this aspect of practice. Do we have any early indications what impact that review might have on the actual scrutiny we will need to do during the on-site construction?
I think the report that will be provided from Scottish Government colleagues won't in any way influence the rigour that we will now put behind ensuring construction quality. So as part of the North West Community Campus project, systems and processes were put in place there in order that as we got to the end of a project, we were, I suppose, with full guarantees that the construction quality had been delivered. So as we go forward into new projects, that same rigour and process around how we demonstrate design construction quality, how we then can demonstrate that the construction itself has the quality achieved, all of that is wrapped into the systems and processes that are put in place as part of the PMO.
Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I'm maybe going right down the wrong line, and if I'm, just tell me. Did we, I think it's great, it's easy to be wise after the event. Was our big mistake in going down the road of design and build? We also were told that our officers couldn't go in and have a look, well, they could go in and have a look at the building, but they could not give any direction as to what they were doing or to make any changes. They said, my understanding was that they said they will decide, we are design and build, we will decide what we're going to do. Is that the case, and is that why we're in the mess we're in? Is that why we've got this and this design and build? I think in hindsight we should never have done it, and that's the point. But you've got these contractors getting millions of pounds, and they're making a pig's ear of it. So really, it's how we can monitor that sort of thing.
Chair, yeah, thanks. So just to answer Councillor McHugh's question, so I suppose it's quite important to understand the design and build process. So the design and build process starts out whereby the authority, the council, comes up with a set of authorities' construction requirements. That is the standards that we expect to be applied. The contractor through Hubco, and we're talking about a Hubco project here, then come back with a set of proposals that is then analysed against the authority's requirements, and then the design process goes through the various iterations to get to sign off. Now, within the design and build contract, the council has the ability to ensure that the building is being constructed in accordance with the contract. So there are specific rights to open up, rights to increase monitoring, and all of these things that the council have rights to. So in terms of design input, yes, it's for the design and build contractor, but they have to ensure that they meet the requirements of the authority's construction requirements, and also that the building is being constructed in full accordance with the contract.
I think Councillor McKee's concern was particularly about the form of design and build which was undertaken when DG1 was constructed, in which I think there was probably less ability for the council to be able to control what was happening.
You're right there, Leader. It was very, well, the message I was certainly getting was that there was very limited input from our side.
Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. Councillor McKee's absolutely right. We were told that it's a turnkey project, DG1 we're talking about, no North West Community Campus, and we had no ability whatsoever to make any changes until such time as we received full legal responsibility and occupation, which through the inquiry, actually, it was heavily criticised that was not the case if we were given that information. Not only could have, we should have actually taken action a lot earlier as what we did. So, I mean, it was within that report, Jock, so it was absolutely 100%. But see, North West Community Campus has been touched on. I was talking to a digger driver who was on that job just by sheer chance. He says, why on earth are you building that? But I certainly I supported it at the time and absolutely, again, it felt very much it was the right thing to do. He says, but see the contamination up there? He said, the way that's been capped off and so on and so forth. But set that to the side. Since what's happened's been happening and we're getting back and we've got occupation. So some members of the council have been getting concerns raised in regards to that. So, and I will get to a relevant point in relation to DG1, the outcome of this inquiry. So audit risk and scrutiny, and what they're saying is, what some of the members of the public are saying is that they're still concerned about safety. There's talk about the bulbing of the ceiling and so on and so forth, but there's other things by that. So at the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee, we had the external audit there from Grant Thornton, and we put the question to them and said, listen, is it good practice to actually use the same contractor that did the bad job in the first place? And the advice was, absolutely not. Why on earth would you do that? I said, well, we're probably a bit hand-bound by the North West Community Campus because we're in a contract. It's out with Hubco, South West, or in real terms, but the same contractor's coming in and fixing the same work, fixing the work who did the bad work last time. And I think there's a lesson to be learnt there, looking at the recommendations within the inquiries. So setting that to the side just as an example, but I mean, I would like to think that is good practice, that if somebody's done something to such an extent with to close a school, that same contractor shouldn't be coming back in and getting a chance to fix things. We should have went external, and that should be built into our contracts as we go forward. Maybe as much a point, Paul, as anything else, but I think it's relevant till we go forward because this addresses the actual points that and we've got an update in regards to the DG1 recommendations for the DG1 inquiry. But I do think it's bad practice what's been going on there for the last few months, even though we might come to a positive resolution.
But I think the contractor was putting right what they had failed to construct properly, and the difference was that Paul was there and able to scrutinise everything very, very thoroughly, everything they were doing to rectify the faults in that building. Maybe Paul would like to comment further on that.
Yeah, so the point's very well made. We have a contractor. The contractor's failed miserably in terms of delivering a quality product. However, the contract is such that the contractor is obliged at no cost to the council to remediate these measures, and the contractor was held to task for that work, and there was a considerable amount of money that contractor had to pay out to make these things good. Taking the decision to, I suppose, to terminate a contract with that contractor to then get another contractor on board would have cost the council money, a considerable amount of money. So whilst I accept your point, we have to take cognizance of the contractual position that the council were in, and I think we got the outcome that we required, albeit it took 8 months, but the contractor was held to task and the contractor did pay 100% of those costs.
The point I was probably trying to emphasise was it's more from that point of reoccupation to now we're getting more concerns raised, legitimate or otherwise. So I just think I'll leave it at that, but I'm still getting concerns being put to me, which I'll leave to the local members. I think it's very much up to them at that lower level, I think, but there's still concerns about the workmanship that's being provided. I just think at some stage you've got to say, right, hold on, enough's enough.
Any further? Okay. Are we content to note the update and progress with the agreed response plan? Moving on to item 11 on modernising the council. This report presents members with an update on activity and progress of the transformation programme 2018 to 2023, which was agreed at full council on the 26th of June 2018. Members will recall that full council at its meeting on the 28th of March 2019 noted the need for increased focus on the transformation programme by senior officers and elected members to scale up delivery of savings for future years and to provide options to close the projected funding gap. Full Council decided to review the operation of the Transformation Board and seek ways to strengthen and develop mechanisms to ensure officers and elected members can transform the Council at the pace required. This report documents the development of the Transformation Programme, sets out the activity on the six transformation themes to deliver savings, the implementation of the agreed management savings, and the wider consideration of the Transformation Board and budget process, which is a subject of another report on this agenda. And directors are here to assist us with any questions. So can I open the meeting up to member questions and debate? Councillor Maitland.
Well, I mean, I'm sure other people have other things to say, but I'm just thinking about when we're going out to the public, Leader, I think it's incredibly important that it's on page 281. It says very clearly under the approach that prior to running an event, it's important to gather and analyse all data, and this should be used to help inform the event, and so say all of us. But you know, what is going to be really important if the public feel that they are going to contribute sensibly is that that data goes out in some form in a pack. If people want to pre-register their interest, it should then be possible to receive a link online to anything that they need to know and are boned up on, which will save an awful lot of aggro when you go out there saying people don't understand about something or they want to know more information. If that could be captured and given to the members of the public, I think we might get further forward, faster.
Yeah, I'll certainly take that on board, yes.
Councillor Carruthers.
I just wonder, I suppose I'm going to kind of reflect back to the Transformation Board, where this theme kind of comes from, and just rehearse what I said at that point, which was, I think, most, certainly the leadership within the room was there. I do believe that, and this doesn't align to it, but I've said my point, and if this is what it's agreed today, it is, but I do believe that the budget proposal template should be here, which should be with us by October, into the public domain as well, and at that point you start complaining. You start, the complaints maybe start, but you start consulting, and from October to sometime in middle of December to the middle of January, then that way there's an opportunity at that point to work up a budget proposal, and the proposal, or proposals, but I would say it's proposal probably in this term, would be proposed in somewhere between the middle of December and the middle of January. Then you've got a 4 to 5, maybe even up to 8 weeks in which to negotiate with the opposition groups and so on and so forth. I think that's a fair way forward, put a bit of pressure on, and probably a bit that's no mentioned so much, but I do think it's important, needs to be mentioned. I brought it up briefly in the Audit Risk Scrutiny Committee yesterday, was that we're looking at £72 million worth up to 2022 as it was proposed, less than that now, but we're looking at 16 million we're saying over the next year. We've been saying that actually we're very supportive via COSA. We supported in COSA, we should get a 3-year financial strategy. The Scottish Government are saying, okay, certainly with revenue, it's very, very likely that you will get a 3-year financial strategy.
This is actually the subject of item 14, so there'll be an opportunity to discuss the budget process when we get to that point in the agenda.
Right. Okay, we'll come back to that. No, but I think it's important that we do.
We'll have a more detailed debate on that under item 14.
Okay, fair enough. I think it's appropriate.
Can I bring in Councillor McClelland?
Yes, thank you very much, Leader. Leader, this morning we passed the motion on climate change, and I'm well aware through the workings in the Transformation Board that the officers have already been progressing a fair amount of work in preparation for the programme of events that we see on page 282. But could I perhaps take this opportunity then maybe to request that the officers take a step back in light of what we've said this morning and revisit the workings to ensure that the full impact of what we are now taking forward as our policy on climate change is introduced into transformation, because that will have a significant impact on the outcomes and findings and proposals that we take forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, it's a point that's just been raised there. I was going to request that we possibly add a new theme 7 and to take forward, as mentioned by Councillor McClelland there, that we have an additional theme added to the transformation, because as pointed out by Councillor Dryburgh, there are savings that could be potentially made when we looked at the ending of the PFI, and also simple things like the LED rollout of street lighting. That point's been made by Henry, so thank you.
Certainly, is it a good idea that actually Economic Leadership Group have got a workshop coming up next week on the same topic. It might be something that the detail of which that the working group the new working group would like to work up. Our newly elected champion of.
It was just to say, I mean, I think Henry's raised a very important point. I suppose the one concern I have is that we try and run before we can walk, so to speak. But I think if there's an opportunity here to sort of grasp, you know, the chance to assess these particular areas for impacting climate change. But my one concern would be whether the level of knowledge and experience is there at this stage. Because one of the things we would need to think about is training for people to be able to consider the climate change elements of any particular policy. I might be doing the officers involved a great disservice there, but I think it's something that we need to consider.
Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader. If we are serious about climate change, then we've got to consider how we restrict use of vehicles within our town centres. That introduces the possibility of car parking charges. That's a very difficult decision to make, but I think it's something we've got to confront. It'll bring in income and allow us to invest in public transport and be part of our strategy of reducing climate change.
Okay. Any further contributions? Councillor Nicholson.
No, it's just that I'm just wondering if Councillor Brodie's volunteering that in first as a, you know, as a template for car parking charges.
I think it should be a region-wide strategy, and we'll come up with a region-wide strategy.
So yes, so that's not a no, it's a yes, we'll try that in first, is that what you're saying?
£5 for the first hour, and then £6 for... I think if we come up with a sensible policy which encourages less cars in our town centres, that would be the way forward.
The problem, though, is in our area is the lack of public transport. That quite often people have no option other than to bring their car in to get to work. Or, you know. But anyway, so the whole issue of travel is one of the themes which is up there for one of the sessions. So I think there will be opportunities to look at that in much more detail at that point. Can I just be a bit picky about theme 6? Because I did, at the Transformation Board, want to put maximising income or income maximisation into it. Unfortunately, the way it's written, it says maximising income and fees, which sounds rather as if we want to maximise fees as well as income. And I think it would be better expressed as maximising income, comma, fees, charges and concessions, and not the focus on maximising fees. Right, any further comment? So are we happy to note the review, to agree the activity plans under the transformation programme? Good. To note further progress and to note the future reporting arrangements. Okay, grand. Okay. We move on to the proposed new committee structure and the scheme of administration and delegation to committees. This report asks members to consider and approve the revised scheme of administration and delegation to committees, following its detailed considerations by the Review of Standing Orders subcommittee at a number of workshops and formal meetings. I have some issues about the report which I don't feel actually reflects the discussions we had, so I'm going to make some suggestions there. But first of all, I'm going to open up to members' debate, and then I think I've got some suggestions for amendment to the scheme of delegation as it is. Okay, can I invite the debate first? Councillor Surtees.
Thank you very much, Leader. As the chair of the subcommittee for standing orders, I'd just like to thank everybody for all the hard work. It was a rapid piece of work, and we had workshops and a couple of extra meetings. And I'd like to thank everybody that contributed to this. It was a collegiate approach, and it wasn't an easy thing to do. I'll leave the corrections to yourself, Chair. But I just wanted to say thank you to everybody.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. There was points that I believe Councillor Surtees was wanting to bring up, so I don't know if she's going to in terms of utilising technology and adding in, so I'll leave that bit for just now. Looking at our standing orders ahead here, I'm looking at page 609 and 620, and that refers to voting rights to church representatives. Now, my concern is that we don't have parity across the external voices on our SIPL committee. Teachers, representatives and parent representatives have a right to be in the committee and they can speak, but they don't have voting rights. The church representatives also have a right to speak and be on the committee, but they do have voting rights. And I was going to propose that we, in order for continuity, that we have that across the board, that everybody would have the right to speak, as is legislated in the legislation of 1973, but there's no voting rights along those lines. Now, as I say, if you look on page 620, it actually gives full details of the Local Government Scotland Act of 1973, which requires Dumfries and Galloway Council to appoint members. There's nothing in there that states that church or denominational bodies or religious organisations have a legal right to vote on committees. So I'm not quite sure where this came about and why we're still doing this. We have also on our council priorities to be an inclusive council. So currently looking at our representatives, we have 3 representatives from the church, but yet we don't have any representations from the Jewish community or indeed the local mosque where we had a representative today, or even the Baha'i community who came to reflection at full council on the 27th of June. Now, looking at the actual law that's put in government, it does state that there needs to be 2 representatives, one from the Church of Scotland and one from the Roman Catholic Church. My suggestion would also be that that 3rd place is offered to another organisation that perhaps isn't a Christian base, but we look to be a more inclusive council. But I would open it up to debate to the members to maybe get their feedback on how we become a modern, inclusive council.
This topic is one that another council has come across recently, and when they've been trying to extend or take away the voting rights. And I understand that senior council's opinion has been sought. So I think we should, if we could wait, that will be shared with us, and then I could perhaps bring back a report on the issue of the Education and Learning Committee and the non-member representatives on it and voting rights.
Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader. Yes, I think I've attended 3 of the 4 sessions we've had. We've been up against the time schedule to get things in place for the holiday period, return from the holiday period. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think there's some things to resolve. When you adjust the committee structure, you've got a chance to think about, have a vision of where you want to go in the future. I don't know if we've had a vision or not. My vision is that we act more as a corporate council, that departments work closer together, and I don't know if that's been achieved by where we are at the moment. We got rid of the Policy and Resources Committee, which was the committee sort of pulling the corporate resources and having the strategy for the whole council together, and we put the resources in charge of the Economy Committee, and the Economy Committee was going to be looking after the resources of the rest of the departments, but who was looking after the Economy Committee? It was suggested by the full council, but you can see from today that the full council agenda is chock-a-block, so there's a room for more things for the full council to be taken on. So it was a good idea to get rid of one committee to streamline administration, but now we're going to replace that Policy and Resources Committee by a Finance and Procurement Committee, very important functions. We should think, well, should we not just go back to the Policy and Resources and give it a clearer focus on finance and procurement, etc.? So I think we're still not quite there.
So, Councillor Nicholson.
I think Councillor Brody has got a point in the policy. I had to be look through it, and I'm trying to find what happened to all the previous functions of the policy part of the committee, resources. So, for what I can see, if it is in the economy, if it is in the economy and resources, does that now agree the policy on behalf of every other department? And where can you see that in the scheme of delegation? The other thing is that if it is in there, you'd have the economy resources and that, deciding policy for every other department, if they're dealing with the policy in it. I'm just not sure about.
I think the discussion that was had in one of the workshops, and it's not. I see that it's not explicit, but the idea was that each department would take care of its own policy issues through its report and service committee, its strategic committee. But there would still be some case for economy and resources. It will, of course, still have HR policies that will apply to everyone, but that's just the nature of the work. But if it were a policy affecting communities specifically, then that would go to Communities Committee and Education similarly, not E&R fixing policies other than HR for the rest of the council.
I think there are also a number of matters which previously went to policy and resources but would now come to full council, and the plan was that full council should meet every 2 months rather than every 3 months. So to avoid the problem that we have extra long meetings, that we maybe have to meet more frequency now. There is an issue there about expense because people are having to come in, and also about travel. So maybe we need to look at some of these issues around the electronic participation in meetings and so on to address those going forward. Councillor Surtees. Sorry, Councillor.
Follow up on that, I can see, but it is a bit confusing about what it is, and it's not explicit, as Ronna says in there, about the delegations, about the relating to that. When I was looking through it, and I couldn't, it's maybe just me again, I don't know, I can't get my head around things, but if corporate policy went to the new finance committee, for example, with the policy part, and it was called corporate policy and finance, that might make more sense, but then that separates the individual committees from that, and they can make decisions, so you're not getting having decisions made in policy at the individual committees.
I have some amendments to suggest, actually, because I'm not content that the scheme of delegation as it currently is reflects the discussions, at least at the sessions that I attended anyway.
I was only at 2, and they weren't actually committees, they ended up seminars, and I couldn't go to the next one, which is, I know it was short notice and that, but it didn't seem to tie up with what I heard, and I haven't heard everything in that, because I was only at 2 before that.
Councillor Surtees.
Yeah, thank you for letting me back in. I understand that as we progress through the formation of this new delegations, that we will be reviewing it as we progress.
I mean, we've got an item on changes to the scheme of administration delegation to officers. Now, we just had that at the last council meeting, but we've discovered that there are some things that need to be tidied up around that. So, we're doing that today. If members like, shall I suggest the amendments? Sorry, Councillor Scrooby.
Can I make just one point, and it would be remiss of me not to mention it. I've mentioned it at full council and in the standing orders, and it's in reference to page 636, and it's size of the committee, but also the proportionality. And we didn't address the issue of proportionality in the standing orders, just to get that reassurance that will be done. I don't know whether it will be done before the recess, but that we get that reassurance. Because there is one here in terms of Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee, and it's being suggested that that becomes a proportional committee, which means all political parties and non-aligned, non-affiliated would be part of that. So it does beg the question in terms of If that is accepted, and I'm not suggesting it be accepted, if that is accepted, then it begs the question of the Chair and Vice Chair.
I think the idea with audit risk and scrutiny was that there was some criticism from Audit Scotland at their recent report on the Council that the administration was not involved in the audit function. So the suggestion was that it would become a proportional committee, possibly of 15 members, but the scrutiny function might be better conducted by opposition members rather than including administration members.
Yeah, and at one of the meetings I was at, that was discussed, and indeed it was led by Ronnie Nicholson. But again, it's still coming under here as audit risk and scrutiny. It doesn't
It's up to discussion.
yeah, separate the two. Because, if this is agreed today, that's how it will be agreed. And it's not in here, it's not in the body of the report.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
I was just on that, and we spoke about that at the first. I think it was the first seminar of that, and I was saying about the audit. It had happened in the past, and it got pushed together. It got separate beforehand, and the administration, I think, has a remit to it has a obligation, in fact, to be an audit. So I think that is very important. The scrutiny part of it is a bit more difficult, but there are other councils that do that, and they have administration people on the scrutiny committees as well. So there's nothing to stop that. You've got every, as said in the paper, that every committee has a scrutiny role, as does the area committee have a proper scrutiny role as well. And I think, it is important to keep that kind of scrutiny in all levels, at the local levels, and the through area committee, through committees as well, and then through the administration having scrutiny of that as well.
You're correct that there's nothing to prevent members of the administration being on the scrutiny part of it, because it's not a cabinet system. I think those where it's an opposition only audit risk and scrutiny committee are those which operate a cabinet system, not a committee system. So.
It has happened before, and it's happened in this council, where certain opposition members were excluded from that. So you had that happening in the past. There is nothing. I've had a wee look. There's nothing to stop scrutiny being, part of the administration role as well.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader, for letting me come back in on that. It was just there's a couple of things that I've noticed are missing on this, one of which was the meeting that I had to travel for, one item on the agenda for the Wigtownshire Education Trust. Where do trusts sit within this new structure? Because certainly that trust we actually queried as to whether it's how the committee of that actually works, because it had quite a high number for quorate. But we were told that actually was out with our gift, because actually it was done in law. So it was just, where does that sit within this new structure? And also my second question was, I'm aware that our countryside access and environment team has been stripped to the bare minimum, and presently in terms of rights of way, access issues, even in terms of the local nature reserve bylaws that we have a statutory obligation to be responsible for, comes down to one officer who's based within planning, I believe. Where does that sit? Because we've actually removed the environment from this committee structure. Previously we had EEI, the Environment, Economy, Infrastructure. Environment, the actual, it's just a name, but it's not mentioned anywhere within this new committee structure. So where will that sit as we move forward?
In terms of trusts aren't committees, but some committees do act as trusts, if that sounds a bit contrived. That's what the situation we've got. But we have decided that Standard Order Subcommittee, it was raised, I think, by Councillor Thompson, to have another review of the outside bodies situation. So we will be doing that at future meetings of the Standard Order Sub, and bringing those any recommendations from that review back to full council. In terms of planning is now in economy and resources.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, happy to confirm it's part of the economy and resources remit.
Councillor Surtees?
Yeah, thank you for letting me back in, Leader. And just to thank Councillor Hagman for reminding me that if we are increasing the meetings, this is an absolute urgent issue then, that we start looking at technology. Obviously, it does come into the climate change motion as well. But even group meetings, to have the proper technology so that the choices that we have are that we can actually hear what's happening in the room if we're on Skype. There's plenty of options technically that we can use to stop us ripping up the planet.
Councillor McKee?
Hi, thanks, Chair. On page 608, it's on about constitutional committees and subcommittees. Could I recommend that the minimum number of members on a subcommittee is 7 and a quorum is 5? And I would hope that they could refer that to the local review body, please, as well. 4.9 on page 610, where we've got a quorum of 3, and that is, when you're sitting on a committee like that, and the quorum's 3, it's almost impossible to work. So I would recommend that that is 7, a quorum of 5. And also, just while I'm on that subject, I would ask that planning or whoever's involved arranges training for the members on the planning committee. And we could do with more volunteers to sit on these subcommittees as well. As the same with licensing, where some areas are struggling to get 4 or 5 members, let alone a quorum of 3. And really we should be working with, as I say, with 5 as a quorum, and 7 members where possible.
So are you proposing that we amend 4.9 to say that local review body has a membership of 7 and a quorum of 5? Is that,
yes,
that's your suggestion?
Yeah.
Can I invite
You've got an unacceptable
views on that?
Just one thing.
Sorry, Roy, just before you come in, there's another one just below that, 412. Unacceptable actions policy panel. I hadn't heard of that even before. It consists of 5 members. I would ask to increase that to 7 with a quorum of 5 as well. Thank you.
Leader, you said you had a few suggestions at the start.
Yes, I have.
Changes now. You might answer the question if it's something to do with the new Procurement and Transformation Committee as well. I would probably be better hearing that, or we're probably better hearing that, and then just answer some questions.
Can I just bring Steve in to maybe answer David McKee's point about the review body, and then it was my intention to try and get in and read my suggested amendments.
Leader, thank you. Certainly, just to respond to those 2 points, first of all, member training will certainly put that in place. Just by way of an update on that, it's likely to become a statutory requirement under the new planning legislation that's currently going through Parliament. So we believe that there will be a set of national guidelines and standards that we can use as the basis for delivering that training as we go forward. The second point in relation to the local review body, to move the membership up to 7, I think, may present some logistical difficulties in terms of arranging the meetings and securing sufficient volunteers coming forward from the Planning Applications Committee. We have struggled in the past to arrange the meetings, so I would maybe just put a note of caution against that one.
I think the concern arises from the fact that obviously these are examining decisions made by planning officers under delegated powers, but with 3 people, if one wants to approve, one wants to reject, and you've got another one, it's come down to one member to make that decision as to whether or not the recommendations of a planning officer are overturned or not. And that does seem to be rather a small number of people. I can understand Councillor McKee's point there that it's on a small number of people. That's, again, the training issue is important in terms of people knowing exactly what their role is in doing that.
Yeah, certainly, Leader. I would agree with that. The training and support that we can provide is critical in those situations. My observations were purely from a practical perspective. Clearly, it will be for members to decide whether to go with the point about the wider membership being perhaps, in the eyes of the public, seen as being possibly open and transparent in terms of the amount of members that are inputting to that decision compared with what we currently have.
I think the Chair of Planning wants to come in. I think it'll probably be on the same point, and then I'll go to the other recommendations.
Yes, indeed, Leader. There is an issue or there's a concern about members' understanding of the role of the local review body. Last year, we overturned 5 out of every 6 officers' decisions. And there's something wrong with that. There's either something wrong with council policy or something wrong with the way the LRB is functioning because they're not gelling together. And it may be that one of the options is to have a permanent LRB panel that's made up of the same members, so there's some consistency. However, I do think there should be some consideration given to how that LRB might function or be set up, and certainly training, I think, would be an important part of that.
Okay, well, there was a request that I actually suggested the amendments so that people could discuss. Okay, we'll come in.
Blackfoot come in 4 or 5 times and had one chance. So I would say in appendix, I was disappointed that I didn't see Housing Committee. But I'll set that to the side. I was disappointed with that. My understanding for the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee, I think it needs to really come from yourselves, but my understanding is that the proposal is that that's a single committee with a larger amount of, if you've got to present a slate, that'll maybe put some information to that. That'll be up to 15 members possibly, administration and opposition, but ultimately there would be a subcommittee of that, being a scrutiny committee, subcommittee of that, where there would be only opposition members. I thought that's what was probably going to get proposed today, and I think that's acceptable. So it allows the audit side, all members. But I do see, I've done exactly what it's saying, and we can do it. We're sovereign with full council. We can have we can have administration members on and scrutinising that is, but I think I've said it. I think you weren't at the last workshop. I said I've been there, I've done that. I don't think it works, possibly. So when you're looking at these, so there's a number of things we're actually considering. The committee structure, I think maybe we should make a slight amendment to the flow chart. Maybe, but I think what we need to see is a particular one about the 2.5. I would imagine that the administration's got a slate to present. I wonder if we could have seen that and maybe had a small adjournment and come back and considered it kind of systematically. Would that be the case?
Well, I'm going to come on to that. I was just doing the scheme of delegation first. Okay, and then we can have some, well, the amendments to the scheme of delegation and any changes that we think need to be done to that, and then have an agreement on the committees. Well, maybe we do need to agree the committee structure first, actually. But then I think we also need to look at audit risk and scrutiny and what we feel is the appropriate size, because that's not actually suggested in there. And whether or not you want to have a subcommittee of that to do just to do scrutiny. Okay, so I think, right. Can I ask, okay, before we go to the amendment to the scheme of delegation, can I invite people's views as to whether or not the structure, they agree with the structure, the proposed structure? Okay.
I think if there's more clarity on, it would help, about the functions, about the responsibilities within, for example, the one I was talking about, procurement and finance, and the difficulty with policy, because policy going to individual committees, and you've got a finance committee as well, and that's under is it the corporate? So if it would separate the committees from them decisions on funding. For example, if you had the economy one, economy and resource, and they wanted funding for something, then because of the finance and new finance committee would make them, you'd have the economy and resources making a bid for funding from themselves, because if that finance and procurement was part of that committee, then they would be funded, they would be asking money from themselves. So if we separated into the finance and procurement by itself, then that would be better, surely, as long as policy.
In that case, maybe I do need to make the suggested amendments, actually, to make it feel clearer. So, first of all, piece of paper. Is it? Pick a piece of paper. Then. I've got another one. No, I did take it out. It was sitting there, but it's not sitting there anymore. Ah, here it is. Okay, right. Okay, if we can move to page 611, and under Economy and Resources, the delegations in 5.12, it's currently stating that the Economy and Resources Committee would act as the reporting committee for finance and procurement, people and transformation, economy and development, and the assessor, etc., etc. My suggestion is that we remove finance and procurement and transformation from that delegation. Well, I'm going to come on to that. We remove that from that, so that is not the reporting committee for finance, procurement and transformation, because it's a separate committee. And then on page 613, there's a mistake there. It says Finance, Procurement and Transformation Subcommittee, but the proposal from the Review of Standing Orders was it was a strategic committee. So at 5.5, I suggest we take out some stuff about a remit. It doesn't say anything about anybody else's remit. And to start with 5.5.1, to act as reporting committee for finance and procurement, and to have strategic oversight of the Council's transformation programme. And that would then mean, of course, that the numbers under that would have to be altered. There would be a bit of duplication at 5.57, because I think you could take out to oversee the strategic development of the transformation of our Council, because that's actually now in 5.5, but just to change that to take a lead on the transformation programme. Yes. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, I raised something similar at the subcommittee the last day with regard to why we're reporting in both places.
You did.
Now, my understanding was the delegations under 5.1.2 were explained as that is the actual function. So if you were actually the finance department looking to do things with regard to whether it was human resources or something like that, or change the number of staff you have, that would report to your economy and resources. But the actual finance role, which is the council's budget, etc., it would go to the subcommittee. So are we saying that if we have a finance and procurement committee, all functions travel there now, as in if Paul comes forward with something that requires a committee decision but isn't a finance related item but relates to his service, it has to go to the finance sub now?
I don't think so, because I think it does mean, right, okay.
That was the answer I gave to you. It was to try and give people a reporting committee for their service plan. So, sorry to pick on Paul again, but if it was Paul's FOIs or complaints performance, under that move that's been suggested, that would move to FTP, not stay with economy and resources. So that was why we're trying to put the distinction, but I can appreciate it could be either way. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably what the decision, my felt, because I was also at the same meeting as yourself and had the same issues about it, I felt it would more appropriately sat with the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee to be dealing with those rather than another committee. Yeah. Councillor Stone.
Yes, Chair. I don't think I've ever been at a meeting when the papers had just quite so many holes picked in it. There seems to be so many flaws within this paper. We're going to be rewriting it all I've said here all day. I think there should be a deferral in this paper. I think it's too important. Just to push through, I think we should have a deferral and bring it back to the next full council.
Sorry, that was an option has been considered. Councillor Carruthers?
I can understand where Councillor Sloan's coming from. When we get to the bridge, you'll see a report that really was picked about. This is not really getting picked about at all. I think we need a chance to get this into place and let it run, for at least 6 months. Then we'll fully understand. I would think of a much better understanding. There is an awful lot to take in. We can pick at a lot of this stuff if we want to try and get an understanding. But 6 months of actual role play, so to speak, we will be doing it. I think it'll just make all the difference.
Councillor Brodie?
Right. Yeah, I keep getting that wrong. Right. So, yeah, I hear what Councillor Crowder says about, yeah, we need to get in place, but we've got to be happy what we're going into place and reviewing after 6 months. I'd just like clarification on 5.17 on 612. It says receive monitoring and performance reports on commission services. Is that also, we're going to put that to the Finance and Procurement Committee? Receive monitoring and performance reports on commission services. Would that also go to the Finance Committee?
Can you give me the reference to that again?
Page 612, near the 5.17.
5.17.
Receive monitoring and performance reports on commission services.
This one.
Leader, I think that applies to every committee. I'm reading through it.
Yeah, these would be the particularly commissioned services by ENR. So if it were economic development had commissioned a certain service, that reporting would go back to ENR, and similarly for all the other service committees, as Councillor Ferguson says, it's replicated in other delegations.
So that's not the other services as well. And I think that I've heard from members of the public who've been trying to find out what the new system is going to be. It's very hard to follow. Perhaps we could have a graphic, more of a pictorial things to explain it all and how it works. I think that would be a good thing to have.
I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I also say just for... Sorry. While I'm on the issue of errors, there was also an error in Appendix 5 on page 636, because the decision or the recommendation of the study review subcommittee was that the Crichton subcommittee, its functions were subsumed into economy and resources, but it still seems to be sitting there, so I think we'll be taking that out. Okay, do you want the proposed amendments? I think there's a number of questions. Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm sure like many others here, I didn't manage to all the subcommittee meetings, the standing order subcommittee meetings. Some were workshops, others were constituted. But at the ones I attended, then there was definitely scant regard made to the powers of the area committees and how we could expand the powers, because there's things in here, 5.76. Recommend medium-term actions. What does that actually mean? And I know it may be something that's been enshrined in there for some time. So, you know, and you're coming forward with amendment after amendment after amendment, and I don't see the rush, as Ian Carruthers is saying, to get it embedded. I'm quite sure that this paper could come back with all your amendments and the reasons for the amendments, because you're reading out amendments here that I'm trying to follow and can't follow. So I'm not going to agree something that I can't see before me. And I think that's, in terms of governance, that's the most paramount, that we understand. And quite frankly, you reading amendments isn't getting my understanding. So I'm quite happy to second the motion to defer.
I think that's probably the first thing that we have to deal with, is whether or not the motion to defer, because then there's no point in considering the amendments if we're going to defer it. Have I got... So there's a motion to defer, Councillor Carruthers.
And I suppose defer till when? What implications does that have on the actual working of the council? When do we see it back? Do we have further workshops? I mean, there's a whole raft of things. I think to understand it's fully, that's why I like be the role play, actually doing it, then that's when you really understand and find out how it is working. But I think it stops the council progressing just in regards to the changes to make right now. But I mean, if we have to defer, we have to defer. But it's difficult.
Did you have an alternative proposal to review in 6 months?
I mean, not at this moment. I mean, I've given my concerns. I would rather have seen what your slate was. Because we're going to procedural motion now, I think I would like to have seen the full list of information, so you got to present the different in as far as the chairs at 2.5. You did have amendments. I thought we should have considered all information. Then if we felt it's too confusing at that point, we should have actually deferred it then. I'd rather, for me, it's much safer to withdraw the deferral, consider all the information, have an adjournment for 10 minutes, let us consider it, come back in and defer.
Yes.
But I think we'd have to withdraw the deferral because it stands.
Okay, I was suggesting, are you willing to withdraw the procedural motion until after we've had a recess, so there'll be consideration?
Well, I was going to say, even if I had it in paper just now and seen what it was like, your amendments, I think I've grasped it, and it's basically what some of my concerns is in there that I had previously. I think it's the same, but it is difficult to try and pick it up. There's maybe one or two other things there that, that I didn't hear, but for example, the decisions, I keep forgetting the name of this new Finance, Procurement and Transformation Subcommittee. It doesn't, well, that's what it's called in there. And it doesn't have an awful lot of delegations for decision making. Now, if you're changing that, there will be some decision making in that, which I think is good, and I think it all ties up together. And if you go to 5.512 to take decisions in community asset transfers, now, I don't know the implications of it, but if you done the asset transfers, not just community asset transfer, and you had the property sales, and they had they could oversee that as well. To that committee, I don't know if that would make more sense either. But there's various things like that I think something needs clarity and what their remit is.
Okay, there's been a suggestion.
Chair, can I ask? Sorry. Chair, thank you for letting me come in. It's a suggestion that's been made, but we've got governance sitting here, which has got a note of all these amendments. Could we have them in writing before we have any decision? Because actually, if we just collate them all, and if Fiona has got them there, all the comments.
No, I've got them. I can.
But the other suggestions that have been made from
I can certainly.
Would be really
if
useful.
you can give me 5 minutes, I'll get them to you, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair. Again, in terms of standing orders, there's been a procedural motion, and standing orders will be put immediately. So I would hope. I think it's been a long day. I don't know how long, but I would prefer to defer for a further meeting.
So you're not prepared to withdraw the motion at the moment? Councillor Carruthers.
I've got sympathy, but I mean, if it was, I'd want the next full council to consider it before the recess. I mean, I think either in the back of the EI committee, it'll be a 2 agenda item, but this and the next one, I think, if we've got to do that, and that gives us a chance to have discussions out with, maybe another workshop, whatever it may be. But I think it should be in short course. It should be before the recess, and that way we get a chance to be absolutely clear as we move forward. If that's possible, I would support the deferral, but if not, I would want to move on today.
Just one thing. That's fine. I agree with that. But the details of other things, who's on which committee and things like that, that can't be decided until you actually get the remit sorted out. Or so it's not something that could be put in paper. But some information in the finance, procurement, and all others could be.
Councillor Brodie.
Yeah, I think we're nearly there, but maybe take another week or so. I think there's quite a lot. There's not 1, 2 or 3 issues. There are about 6 or 7 issues which still need to be resolved, and we could have a further meeting just to thrash them out.
Yeah. I would certainly be happier to have it resolved before the recess. I mean, if we're going to have a deferral, I'd rather it was resolved before the recess. Do you have any? Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
We're forgetting a really important group of people, the staff, who don't know what the hell's happening to them. they don't know whether they're reporting, they know who when they go into their daily job and everything else, but I'm picking up that their lives in, some of them, their lives in turmoil because they don't really, the uncertainty is affecting the morale of the staff. Right? We've got a proposal here and everything else. This has to be done quickly. We've had really open meetings, and credit to the chair and everybody open it up to non-committee members to take part. This was all done. We've had the papers for a good few days. We really need to get this moving. We need to get moving quickly.
Sorry, Councillor Maitland.
Well, if that was an amendment to say, well, let's do it after we have seen the list of amendments tabled to us, I'm with you, Councillor. I can't see the point in hanging about. It's all in here. I don't think the changes are that enormous that we can't actually absorb it. So if it is an amendment, I'm happy to second you, as long as we see, obviously, on paper, what we're agreeing to.
Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Can I suggest, it has been suggested by various members, I don't know if it's been formally moved, can I move that we do indeed have a recess? Let's look at what's been proposed by the Leader. Then at least, I'm not sure which takes precedence. I'll take advice on that, but I would have thought that...
Sorry, can you give advice on that?
Chair, can I possibly come in?
Governance's advice on which motion takes precedence.
This council has made so many mistakes in the past. Not just this council, other councils in the past have made so many mistakes by rushing them through, and that's what you're trying to do. I honestly believe we should take the time. This can be done before the recess, a special meeting, and we could have a lot more information than what we have today. I move we put the motion, Chair.
Well, we've already got a procedural motion, but we've got another motion that we take a recess and have a look at of what's being proposed, and then take it. So, can we have advice as to what takes precedence?
The first one that was moved and seconded was to defer the decision, so we should take that one. Now, if the amendment to that is not to defer and to have a recess now to consider, then these can go up against each other. Okay, so the motion is to defer, and the amendment is to see the
governance. The deferral is to before the council meets to be before the recess.
Yes.
Defer to before the recess.
So it's to defer and have another full council before recess. Okay. And the amendment is to look at some changes today, take a recess, look at some changes today, and come back and then make a decision on what we do. Okay. So, Leader.
Amendment.
Deputy Leader.
Amendment.
Councillor Bell.
Amendment.
Councillor Brodie. Councillor Doogie Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster.
Amendment.
Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti.
Amendment.
Councillor Hagman.
Amendment.
Councillor Howie. Councillor Hislop. Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor Little.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor. Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Motion.
Councillor McClelland.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Nicholson.
Motion.
Councillor Scobie.
Motion.
Councillor Sloan.
Councillor Surtees.
Amendment.
Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Has everyone voted? Yep. The amendment is carried 21 votes to 7.
Okay, so how, it won't take that long to write these up actually, I think probably, because it's actually give people time to think about them, but can we take a quarter of an hour now and I'll endeavour to get these back to you.
Chair, I have difficulty anyway. I've got a meeting back in STRANRAER at 5 o'clock, so how long you take doesn't matter to me.
So have I, girl, so have I.
Have we procedurally boxed ourselves out of simply continuing on while the thing is written? Is that possible to do? Have we?
Okay, has everybody got the copy of the proposed amendments? Right. Can I invite any comment on the amendments or? Okay. Okay, Councillor Brodie?
Yeah, I'm just like clarification. We talked about strategic policy there and where strategic policy is going to lie. And is it still going to be the full council or would it be part of the Finance Procurement and Transformation Committee?
I think it's full. It was full council. We agreed at the subcommittee. She's just looking over there. Yeah. Andy?
Thanks, Leader. 5.5.12, just as the quick discussion we there, quite agree about property sales, that makes sense. So I'm assuming that this committee will be the confirming committee that finalises that it's going to actually happen on recommendation from area committees and service committee in the service committee. Am I right?
It'll be as now that Policy and Resources has the final decision on the CAT transfers or transfers for less than value as well.
Thank you, Leader. The police mic a bit close to me. Some people weren't able to hear me. So if we're looking at Appendix 1, I would like to move some amendments to that, just a slight one. Like I said, unless other members come in and an assistant in the Housing Committee, but I would like to have seen that there. It's not been proposed, so I think the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee might change, but I think it should have a subcommittee called Scrutiny Committee on it. So it should have a subcommittee, and that would be an extra bubble there as a subcommittee. Other than that, unless we get really precious about the Housing Committee, I'd probably support that, but I think that should be an amendment to Appendix 1.
I think your earlier suggestion that after 6 months we should be reviewing how this is working was a sensible one, because until we've actually sucked it, we don't really know whether some committees may become too overburdened. There may be need for further subcommittees in the course of when these have started running. So I would suggest that we do review them.
But to leave it, do you think?
Oh, I'm suggesting you put scrutiny in, but I think for the other things like housing, for example, if there is a need for other subcommittees as time progresses and as the committees bed in, I think that we should review it after a period of time.
Fine. Yep. Okay.
Councillor Maitland.
I totally agree with all that. It just doesn't at the moment say where the strategic housing function actually sits. There is no mention of the strategic housing function, I don't think, as such.
I believe it's split between two. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody found it?
I found it.
Yep.
Page 612, bullet point 5.1.9. To exercise functions as the Council as a strategic housing authority, that falls within economy and resources.
I've read those papers, I think, 4 or 5 times. I still not
I only just saw it just now.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
She hasn't got her glasses on that reads between the lines, Chair. That's what the problem is.
Councillor Nicholson.
where does the finance actually sit with and now in the policy? Is it clear here now? Is it clear that where policy sits? He sits with that committee and the finance. Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Surtees?
Thank you. I am concerned that there have been so many issues with this. I also want to back up Councillor Brodie and say a visual sort of representation of what we're looking at would be most helpful. But I do support the changes, and I think we should review it in 6 months.
Okay, can we have is there an agreement we support the changes, but we review in 6 months to ensure that things are running smoothly? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, the only thing I've not got a problem with is I don't think I should scrutinise myself. Right, so without preempting what's coming next, in the current position right now, I'd be able to go in on that committee and scrutinise communities' performance when I'm chairing communities. That's no right. Shouldn't it be right?
Councillor Crothers.
As part of my proposed amendment, if we've agreed Appendix 1, there'd be a scrutiny committee with, until you present your slate actually, but once you present your slate, say, okay, this is what you think the new chair should be, and then I would imagine, so what I'm visualising is that you have an audit and risk and scrutiny committee, which is 15 members on, probably 4 of them will be administration members, so they have a clear role over the audit and risk delegations to it, but there'll be a subcommittee of audit risk and scrutiny committee, so they only looked at scrutiny reviews, so on and so forth, the delegation in regards to the scrutiny committee, and it would be only oppositional members from the audit risk and scrutiny committee that would populate that, so therefore that would clear that risk would be taken away, what Councillor Ferguson's alluding to. But if we could agree Appendix 1, and I think your proposals are as per Appendix 2, I think.
Ronnie Nicholson.
Yeah, if you have an audit and risk and scrutiny committee, it'll be up to the audit risk and scrutiny committee to decide how the scrutiny part of it, if they do have a subcommittee, is populated.
I think it is, yeah. The advice I'm getting is that, that it would be up to them, yes, usually. Normally it would be up to the committee, it would be up to the audit risk and scrutiny.
So it's not prescriptive,
No.
Who's got to be on it, so it's up to them.
Yeah, it would be up to the audit risk and scrutiny committee. So, and I think that the issue about the local review body, was there not a suggestion that we should wait until the guidance from the Scottish Government was? I don't know if Steve's still there, but Steve had mentioned guidance from the Scottish Government was going to come down about training.
That was to do with training, I think, Elaine. It wasn't to do with the numbers. Mm-hmm. What I suggested was that there's training required for the members of that committee.
Yeah.
Without doubt, but we should be 7.
Steve did indicate a bit of a concern about that, about being able to populate that if it went up to 7.
Well, I think really what we need to do is write out to members and ask them to get their next and into place and start volunteering to do these committees. Because that's what they're here for.
Leader, delegate to the officers, Leader.
Councillor Hislop.
Leader, the LRB came out with some convoluted system whereby you'd be on X amount of committees per year, and if you didn't sit in this one, you sit in the next one or whatever. Now, that's all right, but I have never been contacted in, I think it must be over a year, to say you're on this committee. So I have no idea whether I should be turning up or I shouldn't. Another thing is, that I've mentioned before, if you've got a job and you know through the year that you have to sit on 3 LRBs because that's how it works out, you can say, right, I'll be March, June, September. But then if you miss June because there's no business, do you move to July and then it actually knocks your days off, etc.? So I think you need to find, these are the days you'll be there. And I think that's one of the issues that a lot of people have found, actually cancelling meetings, putting other meetings in. You can't organise your diary to say, I'm going to be there, and I can work round that. And if we could get it sort of more rigid, that's the days you'll be here, I think that would help as well.
Councillor McClellan, followed by Councillor Dempster and Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Leader. It's on that same point with the LRB. I think we need to take into account the general public here, where you see numerous occasions where the LRB is cancelled because they can't be quoted with 3. Now, all that does, it delays a decision on appeal that a developer, an individual, where they're waiting on a result. So I really think if we take it up to 7, I think that's the wrong way of addressing this. I think it's more important to get the individuals that's volunteered for the LRB on a rota system and get them in attendance.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Leader.
Sorry, Councillor Dempster first.
I'll defer, that's fine.
Thanks, Leader. It's the same point. There's been an issue about the LRB, sometimes because there's no business and they're putting the diary in advance to protect that diary space. But there isn't an enthusiasm, as Councillor McKee says, for attending these LRBs. They're contentious anyway. But I do think I've written to Lorna, me and the Director before about this, and I'm hoping that if we delegate it to officers, to have a look at how we can better manage this to suit members and to ensure that there's a decent attendance there and that the business of the day is dealt with. I think that would be helpful. It's one of the very few committees there seems to be an issue with, because generally members don't have an issue attending committees. It's this particular one that causes a problem, and it's to do with the business, the scheduling, the frequency, and indeed the business in hand. But I do think it should be delegated to officers to deal with, Leader.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Martin, but I think that's a good idea. Councillor Thompson.
It's no joke. Do you know how to get to Carnegie Hall practice, right? So I think there's something about, we're actually, it'll make sense in a minute, right? But if this is a problem because we don't do our digital offering very well. So it would actually not be an issue if members in Stranraer and in Sanquhar, Dalbeattie and Dumfries could all attend a meeting without having to travel numerous hours collectively to attend an LRB whenever it was scheduled, because we haven't practiced doing our digital meetings with this council for subcommittees or anything, and that's since 2012. I can't remember one meeting of this council where we could digitally participate at a subcommittee, even though we've said it at full council numerous times. So I would just say that it's part of one of the priorities we're trying to address. I think we should just get on with it, because otherwise this will continue to be an issue forever, really.
Councillor Martin.
It's just on the LRB, as I say, but to pick the 5 on that, it's 5 out of 19. So usually you do have enough, the 5 members there. The time when the meeting actually gets cancelled is when it goes down below to more or less to the quorum, and members have not had any new members, as I say, that they try to get onto it, does not have the paper 7 days before the meeting. That's when they get cancelled at the last minute. But as I say, they usually can get, they usually core it, they can usually get at least 3, which, the same as Davy, I think it makes a kind of mockery of the thing. But it's 5 out of 19. No, it's not like the licensing board, you got 5 members and you get core it for there. It's 5 out of 19 to get picked on it.
Councillor Dempster, were you going to say, you made a suggestion that we should ask officers to examine this and come back with.
Not so much defer it, leaders, just simply decide that this is part of the paper, but the officers should look at how better the LRB is managed, simply because currently there's some disconcern or disconcert about member attendance. And I think the other thing that Councillor Thompson says is quite right, but the LRB is one of these places where the applicants or appellants want to be there and want to see democracy taking place. It's maybe not the best thing to have a practice or an experiment on.
Can we attend? First of all, I take it in orders that Appendix 1 with the structure of the new committees. Can we make a decision as to whether we agree that? Agreed. Which amendment was that? That was
Scrutiny.
I thought that was basically up to you whether you did it or not.
That's right, and the housing was the next one. I thought we had to agree it there. So, no, all right, okay, fine, move on then.
Yeah. but also that we review in 6 months to see how well it's working.
I mean, I would imagine that once we get to the 2.6 even, that we get a monitoring report in December to tell us that it's all working all right, isn't it?
If we can move on to Appendix 2, we have a number of amendments to the delegations to economy and resources and finance, procurement and transformation. Can I ask if we agree those, because they sort of work together. Do we agree those? Agreed? Agreed, great. Now the other one was Councillor McKee's suggestion about increasing the membership of the LRB to 7. Can I get a suggestion whether we agree that or not? Councillor Crothers.
I think the rotation, there's been a few good ideas, but I think 5's enough personally. I've been on that since its conception. It's just about communicating to the members in advance, best you can, if possible. If we can do that, it'll be fully supported.
Thanks very much, Leader. The pool we're fishing from is the same. It doesn't matter if it's 5 or 7. If we move to 7, it's going to be a harder job reaching a quorum, rather than an easier one, I'd suggest, because we're still working for the bigger picture, because you have to be qualified to sit in the LRB, so it's quite a small pool.
So you're proposing the second status quo? Councillor Nicholson.
I think the point that was being made, and I'm not on it, so, but if you have 7 and you have 7 people with papers and they're connected with with the contents of that agenda, then you probably get a quorum of 3 or whatever it is out of that with knowledge of the agenda.
I think Councillor McKee was suggesting we also change the quorum to 5. I think that might be the contentious bit, actually, the bit that would be more difficult. But have 7, yeah. But Councillor Dempsey.
The other option, Leader, is to 5 and 5 substitutes, so that the papers are out 7 days in advance, and if the first 5 chosen can't be present, we can do an approach at some of the substitutes to make sure that every opportunity is given to have 5 present when the LRB sits.
That sounds sensible. Was that acceptable to everybody? Yep, excellent. Okay, the next decision to be made is with regard to the senior councillor positions and who's actually going to take up the senior councillor positions. The administration suggestion is that if you refer back to Appendix 1, that the 6 strategic chairs and vice chairs of 6 strategic committees, plus the chair and vice chair of the planning applications committee, all of which are quite meaty committees, is that those constitute the 7, that plus the provost are the senior councillor positions. The reason that works out is that our suggestion is that, as Councillor Davison used to chair the Policy and Resources Committee, that he now chairs the Economy and Resources Committee. Now, can I circulate our slate of candidates, and then we'll take a recess for people to consider them.
Chair, did we cover 2.3 and 2.4? I'm not sure, it's a slate at the end. I think it's 2.5 you're referring to. Slate.
We'll circulate those anyways. You can look after them after. Yes, we've got to consider the composition and membership of the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee, and any revised. It does say, and any revised arrangements for the scrutiny function. Yeah. So are we agreed that there would be a committee of 15? Is it? I think it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was a committee of 15. And that they should consider having a scrutiny subcommittee. Agreed? Everybody agreed with that? Yep. No. No, yeah, we're agreeing that it's the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny sub, it's 2.3. Okay. So,
Sorry, Leader, I was looking at the slate and I was getting mixed up. I take it you're considering 2.3 and there's nothing actually explicit within the paper to say what the membership should be there.
that's what I was just saying, it should be membership of 15.
15, yep.
Yeah, and that you should consider having a scrutiny subcommittee of opposition members.
And that'll be for the committee itself to undertake that. Yep, thanks. Yep.
So 2.4 was, sorry?
But what I was saying was it's audit, risk and scrutiny, and it would be audit, risk and scrutiny committee that decided who was going on. So they would decide if it was opposition members or not.
Okay, yeah. It would be for the audit risk and scrutiny committee to decide. Yeah. Who was on the scrutiny subcommittee? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then we've also been asked 2.4 to note the consequential changes to the committee diary, beginning as soon as possible and after the recess. And that's 3.6, isn't it? 3.6. I think at the review of Standing Orders Subcommittee, we discussed the arrangements in terms of committee meetings, but the point was made by Councillor Hislop that with planning you cannot necessarily have a longer recess because businesses need to get that decision made. So that would, planning and licensing would have to be excluded from that provision.
Will there not be a date in the diary already, Chair?
Yeah, but this doesn't come in until after the summer recess.
No, what I mean is there no date in the diary after the recess already?
Yes, but they'll have to be revised.
Aye, but it'll keep you right for planning in August.
Councillor Crothers?
I think so. We're talking about aligning the recess to the school holiday. Came up suggestion from Councillor Hagman. I think that's the right way to go ahead. But I even made the very legitimate point to say that it was at a workshop. It was you were sitting behind. Oh, maybe I thought you did like say that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Councillor Hislop made the very proper point that you actually. He says, well, what if there's a planning decision, a licensing board, or so on and so forth?
I just said that, actually.
I know you've said that, but I think we should align to the school holiday when it comes to the recess, that type of recess. But if the processes should be in place, so if there is a committee for, like, say, planning application, unless I've picked you up wrong, then it would be called. It would only be that type of committee that would be called during that 2-week time. Okay.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Steve Rogers isn't here, but we have a duty to determine a planning application within a certain period of time. And if we have a 7 or 8 week window, we're liable to be in default, and some complaints or application will go direct to Scottish Government for determination. So I think we have to make an exception.
Yeah, that's what we were proposing. Yeah, that's what we were proposing, that planning and licensing would be excluded from that provision because there is a statutory necessity to make decisions.
You're absolutely right, Leader.
Okay, are we content with those?
So is the proposal...
Councillor Surtees and Councillor McGregor.
Under 3.6, can we add that the use of technology will be used to allow members to attend meetings?
I think there's a general consensus that we should be making progress in that direction.
So can we add that?
Yeah. Councillor
Just on that, because, sorry, Gail, we need to actually put in place that we allow that as a council before we talk about the infrastructure of doing it. So we need to make a decision that we will let members participate in committee meetings digitally.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Rona to come back with, because obviously there will be some tidying up after this. So, issues like that, if it is our desire to ensure that people can participate remotely, that the delegations or whatever have to be able to reflect that.
Yes, I can certainly, if that's the will of the committee, change standing orders. The only ones I'll have to check is the quasi-judicial meetings, whether these can actually be participated in through technology, or people have to be in the room. But we can find that out and we can reflect that.
Councillor McGregor. Councillor McKee.
Am I under the wrong impression that the proposal has been for an 8-week break, the whole of July and the whole of August?
Seven.
What week are you dropping?
The holidays, school holidays.
It's just that committees wouldn't sit during that period, other than planning and licensing, because they have statutory functions. Yeah, so are we agreed to that? Okay, can I move on? Everybody should have a copy of the proposed senior councillors and the other changes to council chairs. And my apologies to Tracy Little that I left her off at the end. But do you want time to think about that? Do you want to recess in order to consider that? I both agree? Excellent. Okay, then the next item is the amendments to the scheme of delegation and responsibilities to officers. This is to consider an amended scheme of delegation and responsibilities to officers. Basically, this something similar came up to us at the last council, but this is really a tidying up exercise. But Nick is here to assist us if we've got any questions. Okay, anybody got any questions about these? No. Okay, are you happy to move to the recommendation? Oh, sorry.
I don't. But are there any very substantive changes that no? Okay, thank you.
So are we happy to move to the recommendation? And agree. Okay, thank you very much. Item 14 is the budget process for the forthcoming year. This report asks members to consider and approve an updated budget process timetable which reflects the planned outputs from the transformation programme and is aligned with the Council's financial strategy, including stakeholder engagement, public staff, customers and trade unions and partners on Council services and the impact of future funding. Members agreed to undertake a review of the budget process arrangements to strengthen and develop these. Members also agreed that this review would be undertaken in tandem with a review of committee structures and recommendations made to full council in June 2019, which is now. The process has been reviewed and altered to take account of the problems encountered this year with regard to the compressed timetable and lack of public engagement. This new timetable would see all savings options and transformation proposals developed by officers being provided to all elected members and published by the end of October. Political groups could then ask for further options, and the Council at the end of December appraised of the initial feedback from the public engagement. We should have initial indications of our settlement at the end of December, after which there will be a period of further discussion and engagement before groups provide their finalised budgets. This timetable allows for a period of 7 days between the publication of finalised budgets and budget setting. And you'll note that it's the date for budget setting is a week later, it's the 5th of March, but that is predicated on the fact that it is possible we don't know the final settlement until stage 3 of the budget bill is passed. And if that's a similar timescale to this year, that would likely to be the 20th of February. We might well know our final settlement at stage 1, we did this year, but it's possible in a minority government that things could go as far as stage 3 before the finalised budget is actually passed. Paul and Derek are here to assist with any questions members may have on the report. Can I invite questions? Councillor Maitland.
Just a comment and then a question. I think this is a very greatly improved system whereby we get everything out onto the table. I think it's quite brave, and I accept the fact that officers will be asked to produce information early on that is their efforts at trying to find the necessary savings. And I think we should be quite clear that they should be brave. They should put everything out onto the table, which then is up to us to pick and choose and try and twist into a budget. I'm certainly not going to run around saying, isn't that a dreadful idea? I think that's immature, frankly, and I will be saying so if I get any opportunity to do that. to attack people for having done the job that they've been asked to do. So I fully endorse this as a way forward. I think it's a really good thing, and the public will like it too. The only problem that I have at the very end is that we've only got a week in which, arguably, to go round and attempt, perhaps, to agree some level of consensus and agreement. And there's always the horse trading at the end of what one can actually manage to achieve when you do things together. So really what I suppose I'm asking is, do we have to have everything been through the sort of system of impact assessed and all the processes that have to go through before we get to the end of the budget process? And so, does everything have to have been through that grinding mill before we can actually take it to each other and say, this is the things we would like to see happen?
The date of the 27th of February is the latest date, and that is if the budget setting goes to stage 3 of the budget bill, and we do not know our final settlement until the 20th of February. I mean, if we know our final settlement in the middle of January, we could obviously agree a slightly different timetable. These have deliberately been put in as latest dates because things could run on in Parliament until that date.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Carruthers.
You're right, I was on the wrong agenda item earlier, so I'll not repeat what I said there. I think it's right, if we can get the sooner we can actually get the budget from yourself, the better chance of coming to some kind of consensus, if that's the case, if the administration is still in place at that point. So I do think this is a great improvement on the previous 2 years attempt actually. It'll give us more chance to consult where the people that we represent, the people who are making these decisions on behalf of. So, but the concern is predominantly for me, taking all that in consideration. It looks at the end of it, when you read it, as if we are going to look at 3 years, but we've made the Transformation Board, we've said even that's finished now in real terms, but we've said that, okay, it's 15 to 16 million, we're looking at 1 year. We should, I think, make every attempt to look at a 3-year budget.
Well, we can't. Well, we will do as much as we can, and we do that anyway. We have the year 2, year 3 savings. The problem is that with the uncertainty at Westminster level at the moment, we don't know whether there's going to be another general election. We don't know whether the comprehensive spending review is going to be delayed, and therefore the Scottish Government won't necessarily know what's happening until later, may not be able to make that decision. I think they did indicate a commitment to a 3-year budgeting indication, but it may not be possible for them to do it this year, because I think it factors out with all our controls, probably. Paul, do you have anything to add on that?
Just to say that is correct, the Scottish Government have made that commitment. They have backed it up recently, but there are certain events that could have an impact on the timing or detail of the 3-year settlement when it comes.
Okay, can I have Stephen Thompson and then Gail McGregor.
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, I think there was a couple of things just on the back of Councillor Maitland's point. So even though these are the latest dates, I think what isn't explicit there maybe is like that allows for at least a week between the latest date, 5th of March as it is there, and by 27th of February. So if they are brought forward because we know the outcome of other budget setting processes, there'll still be at least a week between those times to sort of have that negotiation. And the other thing is the 24th, the latest date for submission to the Section 95 officer, if you like. I mean, again, I don't know if Councillor Maitland got an answer to that, but is that once we've done that, that's effectively in the departure lounge, we've gone through the bit, and then once all the budget bits are in there, effectively we could horse trade to come up with a combined budget. I think, is that the question you're sort of asking? I'm not sure, but do we need to then re-impact assess any amended budgets and that sort of thing? Because that's always been a stumbling block.
I think we do, don't we? Yeah. If the budgets were amended after that, we would have to go back to the Section 95 officer. Gail, you.
Thank you, Leader. It's just to reinforce what Paul's just said, but also UK Treasury did start their comprehensive spending review in April, and contrary to probably popular belief, the departments in Westminster are still working despite what the parliamentarians are up to at the moment. And certainly the indications coming out from Scottish Government is that it will be a 3-year spending review as far as is achievable. And the whole purpose behind the 3-year spending review was to give councils the stability to be able to plan ahead. So even if the budgets aren't as nice as we would like them to be, at least then we would have the forecast and the stability to plan for 3 years. So I would work on the assumption that it will be a 3-year budget, certainly on revenue at this stage, unless we have a massive change.
Okay, any further? Piece of paper again. Okay. Any further questions or comments? No? Okay, are we content to agree the updated budget process? And to agree that a consultation and authorisation mandate is prepared for this budget process, etc., etc. Great, thank you very much. Go on to agenda item 15, which is a licensing vacancy on WIGTOWN Divisional Licensing Board due to Councillor Giusti being obliged to remove himself from the licensing board. There is now a vacancy, so we are seeking not because he's done anything wrong, because of his employment, not because he's done anything terrible. What we can either seek an additional member, or if we fail to do that, we should consider reducing the membership from 6 to 5. Do we have any volunteers for an additional member?
I wanted to nominate Willie Scobie, but he won't let me. So he's a no. I'm a very reluctant person, but I will do it if... Seriously, I have, for reasons I can't explain here, I would be very reluctant. But if it has to be, it has to be.
Yeah, the other thing is that we could change the number, but I think the benefit of having 6 members on, and the quorum is 3, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it would mean that there was a bit more choice. I mean, you wouldn't need to have to turn up every time, but it would a wider choice of members if you needed, if it was difficulty in filling those 3 vacancies.
Okay. So this is an election, so I'm waiting to be challenged.
Councillor Maitland.
No challenge. I am absolutely with Councillor Setties. If she wants to be on it, that seems to me a non-pressed woman is much better than anything else. So let's go for you.
I think she maybe feels a bit pressed. So are we content to agree that Councillor Surtees joins the WIGTOWN Divisional Licensing Board?
Thank you so much.
Item 16 is the Standing Order 18 requisition from the SIPL Committee of the 28th of May on the bridge. This is a procedural report to allow members to consider a requisition received from 17 members of the Council requesting that the decision taken by the Children, Young People and Lifelong Learning Committee at its meeting on the 28th of May in relation to the option to procure a cafe provider within the bridge not to be implemented, and the matter referred to a future meeting of SIPL, or in fact Education and Learning, as we've just agreed, for consideration as appropriate. The requisition met with the requirements of the Standing Order 18 in relation to timing and support, in that it was received by the proper officer within 48 hours of the conclusion of the meeting, and at least 1/4 of all members support the requisition. It appears that the decision to recall the matter was the correct one, as the committee did not have sufficient information and guidance available to enable them to take a sound decision. Officers advise that the next logical step would be to require SIPL, or indeed Education and Learning Committee, to reconsider an updated report which includes all the necessary procurement information, which would then allow the committee to reach a decision in the light of all the relevant information. It is a matter of concern, however, to note on page 307 that section 4 of the original report states that the CMT and Head of Finance and Procurement had been consulted about its contents and were in agreement with the terms of the report. And I find that concerning, that this report appears to have gone to many officers, and yet erroneous information was provided in the report. Karen Scott and Colin Grant are here to assist with any questions members may have on the report, but I believe it was Councillor Hislop who noticed the error, so congratulations to him for noticing it. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, just to say that I note that within the terms of the covering report, we did meet the Standing Order 18 requirements. The worst thing about Standing Order 18 is we could deal with it today, but we've just got the same report that was here the last time because that's what it allows. And I think that the logical thing is to take it to the next Education Committee as agreed, and I would move the recommendations within the papers.
Before we do, I just wondered if anybody has any questions to the officers about how this came about, shall we say, Councillor Maitland?
Well, yes, not sitting on SIPL or anything. I mean, I must admit, I was astonished and really quite disturbed to find this. I would like to understand how this mistake came about. So if somebody could please explain how this mistake came about.
Leader?
Yeah.
Leader, could I just first clarify that the next Education Committee print date for papers is Monday, so I think it would be the September we would come back, and we would really welcome the opportunity to bring a better paper back for you, more information. Can I just ask Councillor Maitland which mistake she's speaking about?
The mistake, well, yes, thank you. I've had hissed in my ear, goodness, are there more than one? The mistake in particular with respect to the councillors being told that there had been a decision made in the subcommittee about the franchise of the Bridge Cafe.
Yep, so I think my understanding is that officers thought that members had taken that decision. I presented the paper, so I need to take responsibility. I did have a bit of a knowledge gap over the last period of time. I just assumed that to be the case. Clearly it wasn't the case. In some ways it wasn't a material mistake, that one, because it was coming to the parent committee anyway to make a decision, but nonetheless it was really regrettable. It was a mistake in the paper in the first place. So I apologise for that unreservedly, and we'll make sure that we've got the right information for you in September.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we can always learn hindsight, but I suppose if we can evidence that trail of, yeah, that decision was taken there, there'd probably be a minute of a meeting where a decision was taken, etc. So there's probably a way to check that, just to double check, especially when this comes back. I'm just wondering though, given that we've just agreed a new structure, would this be one of the first pieces of work for the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee if we're looking at procurement? So so I'm just sort of wondering, does it need to go back to education? I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I'm advised it would be education and learning it went back to. I suppose the other mistake is the procurement mistake. And my question, it's not really for Colin particularly, is how did this report go past several senior officers, including the senior management team and the head of procurement and finance, and that error in terms of procurement, which should be supported businesses and not social enterprises, how did that come about that nobody spotted that?
I'll take that, Leader. In terms of the supported business and social enterprise thing, I think that's really been a language thing, and when we're talking about supported businesses, that would be the procedural element. And so I think given the opportunity we've got at this point to ensure we're absolutely clear and consistent with the regulatory terminology, we would use this opportunity through the paper that was brought about today to remedy that. However, that would have been remedied through the actual process itself. So when it came to the procurement procedure, we would have used appropriate terminology, but for the purposes of elected members or the public reading the paper, social enterprise was obviously seen as a term that would have been more familiar, particularly when looking at the service providers that would be interested in this sort of service provision of a contract. Then generally speaking, that would be a social enterprise as opposed to some of the other traditional supported businesses who would also gain access to the opportunity through a reserved route.
Are we prepared? We believe that we've considered the requisition? Yes, agreed. We've noted the further information and considered the advice, and we agree that an updated report is brought to the next meeting of Education and Learning, or a subsequent September meeting of, well, it would be the first meeting of Education and Learning, wouldn't it? Because presumably the other one is still simple. We have actually done 18 and 19, so we're moving on to the notice. Well, I noticed we've done 17 and 18. We haven't done 19, which is a notice of motion on community transport. Our members are asked to consider the terms of the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Stephen Thompson and seconded by Councillor Adam Wilson, who unfortunately is unwell today and is not with us. Douglas Kirkpatrick is here to assist members of any questions, and I'm going to invite Councillor Thompson to move the motion, and Councillor Driver says he will second it in Councillor Wilson's absence.
Do you want to withdraw
Right,
delegation?
we withdraw delegation. That's what we put. Agree to withdraw delegation so we can do that. Right. Okay.
Thank you, Leader. I think I'll try and keep my words as short as the motion itself, which is really just to find the simplest possible mechanism to provide strategic core support for community transport organisations across the region. I don't want to get into individual groups because there are a number across the region, and I'm aware there's been some campaigns ongoing recently. But in terms of the PSP, which is referred to in the report, and I'm sure the officer can answer questions about this, the PSP is not the same as region-wide strategic support for community transport. This was first brought about in 2016 when the third sector did a report recommending the development of a PSP. And one of the things they recommended there was to recognise the need for strategic funding for community transport with funding periods of at least 3 years. I don't think we have any mechanism that does that. Area committees no longer have the discretionary budget. In short, we have a number of partners that we can access and speak to as a council at the community planning partnership who hopefully can put their hand or recognise how much they take for granted community transport. And if we can just find a simple mechanism, that's really all I'm asking members to support that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Driver.
Yes, thanks very much, and I do believe the benefit of actually community transport as well is provided to all of those partners that Councillor Thompson actually talks about, and we really need to find a mechanism of where, you know, rather than just say it's the council's responsibility to provide funding for community transport, this is about more a strategic approach across Dumfries and Galloway with all the partners involved. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Have got any members wanting to take part in the debate? Councillor Maitland.
I'd be interested in knowing, and I don't know if anybody knows actually this answer, in terms of the excellent community transport providers right across the region, how many of them actually are supported by the council currently?
My understanding is they're not directly supported, but the public sector transport partnership is supported.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, as far as I'm aware, through the Area Committee discretionary grant, which is now finished, there was only one community transport group being supported over the last couple of years for core funding.
Actually, if it's the one I'm thinking about, last year it was actually funded through the Tackling Poverty budget rather than the discretionary grant. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. I agree with what Stephen and Archie have said thus far. I do wonder, though, as well as the tack that they're taking at the moment and where we should refer it to, when the ring fencing for the health and social care funding last year within the budget was lifted, I think it was about 160 million across Scotland, the whole ethos behind that was that it would be released so that the IJBs could use it more flexibly in respect of health and well-being. And community transport was very much at the heart of that. It was about delivering a cohesive community transport network as part of the health and well-being agenda. So I do wonder if, alongside what Stephen's proposing, that we shouldn't be referring this to the IJB as well as part of a health and well-being agenda, because certainly, you know, that's what it cuts across.
Certainly, I think that was partly what the motion's hoping to achieve, is to get the partners working together. So that makes sensible. Councillor Dempster.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. I actually endorse what's been said as well, because they're vital, especially in rural isolated communities. There was a project or a pilot scheme that we funded, I think, in Newton Stewart, if I remember rightly. And I'd be interested to know what the outcome of that was, because that was a few years ago. Now, I realise it involved dedicated routes, specific services, rather than just a random arrangements, but that's maybe for another day. The one question I would ask is that we get, when this exercise has been concluded, before any real work has been done in terms of identifying support, we get a list of who the community transport providers are, because there's a lot of local knowledge that might not have filtered through to officers. It'd be a shame if some local community groups were missed out simply because we weren't aware of it, or somehow they had fallen off the table. And I think that might should be shared with all members, unless it's coming back to full council anyway, although I see it was E&I in the past. So I think that would be useful. A list one, or else elected members are invited to feed in their knowledge to officers, to assist officers to make up the list of people, and or the partnership or whatever it is that's leading the scheme, provided we agree it today.
Any further? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. So no, mate, it's good it's been brought forward, because it's recognising something. Last time the Conservative group put a budget in, we did actually have a budget line in regards to this particular type of projects and supporting them wider. It's been going on for years and years and years, hasn't it? In Annandale and STL, obviously the Annandale Community Transport Service, we've been supporting them, previously the ATI. So I just wondered, with what's being proposed from both Douglas and probably Stephen, actually, being the original mover of the motion, what's going to happen here then? Because I've read the report, I can see it, and we've seen this, we've run around in circles for years, and this type of initiative hasn't really manifested in anything fantastic at all. So I just wondered, for organisations like Annandale and STL Area Committee that they've supported previously, what will happen to them over the next few months?
Councillor Thompson.
If I may, Chair, and I'll defer to the officer shortly after, but I mean, the report, I think, provides context, which is helpful, but it certainly says at 3.6, the funding of the PSP and the community transport core funding are separate issues. And I think while the PSP has offered a valued sort of pilot scheme, and it was something that we certainly supported in the past, I think that's sort of come to an end, and there's issues about how it would be taken forward. Let's say, I think what my experience of having spoken to community transport representatives is there's no obvious door to knock on or place to go. And we have always, I remember at Annandale and STL Area Committee, we'd always talk about area committee is not the best place for this. Let's put it back to the centre, whatever that might be. And here we are. There's no more money at area committees. There's likely to be a greater need for community transport fitting into a regional transport strategy. And I think there just needs to be a place to go for any community transport organisation where they know that they'll get an answer that's going to actually deliver something on the ground and not just pay for staff to do another study. So I'll happily hand over to Douglas now.
Right, thank you, Leader. Yes, the two elements, the PSP funding, we are obviously nearing the end of the existing trials on that. We are seeking additional funding through various sources at the moment, including SOCEP and a new Scottish Government fund that's out called Mobility as a Service Fund. We've also gone to the NHS Endowment Fund for some support to continue the trials, because the majority of the community transport trials that are working well are actually delivering health services and wellbeing services across the whole of the region. With regard to core funding, yes, that will go to the Community Planning Board, and that's the next place to go, to look at working with partners to come up with a small amount of funding, if available, to then create a mechanism for core funding for the organisations to come to. And taking into account Councillor Dempster's inquiry, we're aware of 22 organisations at the moment, and if there's any more than happy to have that fed into us. But we, as a council, issue the Section 19 permits to the community transport operator, so we do have a good knowledge of who they are.
Councillor Maitland.
It's a much bigger issue here, Leader, as you probably absolutely realise. I mean, we've been talking earlier about climate change and poverty. I mean, what we're talking about here are providers needing to make certain that they, I suppose, survive long enough to take part in being part of the hub, which we are trying to, the hub model, which we're definitely trying to bring online. And I suppose really what I think we need to do is actually be a bit more focused, perhaps, on the whole transport issue. I don't know where that would particularly lie in terms of the council's locus, probably through the poverty fund and the poverty strategies. But you know, what I'm really getting at here is I strongly suspect this is because one particular group has hit the buffers, and I do sympathise with them, but on the other hand, there are other community groups which actually don't seek core funding and have clearly managed to find core funding elsewhere. So I don't know whether there is something to be gained from looking to their fellow groups to see how that has been achieved. I think that would be the right thing to do.
Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. It's a bit of a supplementary, but my question was predominantly about what will actually happen to the organisation that I referred to, the timelines and regards. I don't think I've got a full answer, but I do like the actual motion. It's concise, straight to the point. I just wonder how then, putting it a different way, how will we monitor and actually see the effect that this motion has today? Probably that's more of a Stephen question. How will we actually see that this has actually done something in a few months' time?
With your leave, Chair. Okay, I mean that's the reason why I left it simple is because I can't prescribe what the right answer for this is, because although I'm well aware of the concerns facing the group in Annandale, this is Dumfries and Galloway Council, and we need to be able. I'd like to be able to stand up and say, I know our council supports community transport, and this is how, because at the moment we can't do that. And so I think whatever the criteria-based funding mechanism might be, and that's why I've put that in there. It shouldn't reward people just because they've maybe not done it the right way, but it should be there for any community transport organisation that's serving the region, that meets the criteria, that maybe from time to time needs core support, because I'm sure the demands put on community transport will get heavier and not lighter as time goes on, and I think we need to have something in place that all community transport groups can fairly apply for. So I don't want to name particular groups because I think that would be unfair to the rest of the region.
Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. That's a good explanation. I just think it's appropriate that we maybe see something back in regards to how the outcomes, so that when the community partners, planning partners should say, actually look at this, and they've considered it. NHS used to fund social enterprises when it comes to this type of transport issue. They stopped doing that for whatever reason. There's other organisations out there as well. So it'd be good to see the outcome of this motion, because I think it is a good motion, the principle of it.
Just a couple of suggestions. One is that agenda item 11, we agreed the transformation events, one of which is public transport and travel, which takes place on the 9th of September. So I think it would be appropriate that the issues of community transport were considered during that transformation event, because I think there obviously could be a role for an increased role for community transport, which may come out of that. The other observation I wanted to make is that you'll be aware that Professor Russell Griggs and Rob Dixon have been going around the south of Scotland as part of the new of the South of Scotland Interim Economic Partnership, and I think you were present at the report he gave to the South of Scotland Alliance when he said the major issue that they were coming across from employers was about people getting to work. Now, I would think that if there is a role for community transport in tackling that, then that could also be a source of some support as well. Okay, yes.
Thank you. I think the fact remains that our services, our partners as well, NHS, social work, education, third sector, all use and take for granted, I would suggest, the fact that community transport providers are there. And I don't know if they will have fully quantified the value that those community transport providers are actually giving. Now, that's a very nebulous and sort of separate conversation, but I think if it wasn't there, it's a very sort of spurious argument, then they would surely notice and suddenly realise, actually, now we don't have anybody to provide all these wonderful strategies because they don't exist anymore. So I think we need to maybe get real about some of these things, and maybe I would just end on that note. Thank you.
So are we content to agree the motion and look for, I think we'll be looking for a report coming back to the appropriate committee regarding progress. I think I'm not capable of thinking of what the appropriate committee is at the moment. Community service. Can we move on to the agenda item 20, which is minutes for approval? Mine. I'll just to say that 20O, which was the Industrial Area Committee of 8th of May, the gremlins got into the printer again, so that one has come out as complete gobbledygook, but I think it's been recirculated so that it can actually be read. So if we can go through the minutes for approval, the minute of the 28th of February, I move.
Happy second.
Full Council 28th March, I move.
Happy to second.
And the Full Council 7th of May, I move.
Happy to second.
Audit Risk and Scrutiny of 7th of February.
I move that. Yeah.
And Jane, do you? Alan Common Good Fund Subcommittee of 22nd of May.
I can move that, Chair. Councillor Marshall's not present, I see, but Henry.
Happy to second, Chair.
Castle Douglas Common Good of the 8th of May.
Happy to second.
Castle Douglas Common Good of the 20th of May.
And again, happy to second.
Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 2nd of April.
Happy to move, Chair. Happy to second.
The SIPL meeting of the 28th of May.
Happy to move.
I'll second that.
Communities of 11th of June.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Croydon Sub of 23rd of May.
Happy to move.
April, 23rd of April, sorry.
Happy to move. Happy to second.
Dumfries Commons Good Fund of the 20th of May.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
EEI of the 11th of April.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
EEI of 14th of May.
Happy to move. Happy to second.
The George D. Grant Memorial Fund of 13th of March.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
The Kirkcudbright Common Good Fund of the 6th of June.
Moved.
And seconded.
Local Review Body of 29th of May.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
The Local Review Body of the 29th of May. Sorry, just done that one.
Oh, that was mine. You did.
Ministerial Area Committee of 8th of May.
Yeah, happy to move that, Leader.
Happy to second.
Right. Pension Subcommittee.
Happy to move. Happy to second.
Review of Standing Order Subcommittee, 29th of April.
Happy to move that.
I'll second that.
Statutory Area Committee, 15th of May.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
WIGTOWN Area Committee, 1st of May. Jim? No. We've only, nobody's here from that. I'll have to. The Whithorn and WIGTOWN Common Good Fund. I don't think anybody's here from that either. And WIGTOWN Area Committee. Nobody's here, so they'll have to be considered at the next one. And then 21, there's a whole load of noting as well. Okay, so there's a separate sheet for the noting. I haven't got it. I only have the one sheet. No, it's not in there because I've only got the one sheet. That's right. Oh, is it? Sorry. My apologies. Okay. For second of minutes for. No, that's the same one. That's the same one. I haven't got a second. They're just for noting. Yeah, they're just for noting. Okay. It's just a separate sheet, but there's I have not been notified of any urgent business today. You'll be pleased to hear. And then on item 23, can we agree to adopt a resolution to exclude the press and public from the meeting in terms of section 50A4 and paragraph 1 and 6 of part 1 of schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973?